guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The Fed Reserve is going to keep raising interest rates in an effort to fight inflation. That's what a top official said in a speech ahead of another expected interest rate hike. Philadelphia Fed President Patrick Harker said he believes the nation will have rates well above 4% by the end of the year. COVID vaccines may soon be added to the childhood immunization schedule. This after a CDC panel voted unanimously to recommend that kids get the jab ages 5 to 11. The schedule isn't mandatory, but states like Virginia, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Vermont, and Ohio all follow the CDC vaccination guidelines to set requirements for children being educated in schools. President Biden made the short trip from Washington, D.C. to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The president at the Fern Hollow Bridge, which became a symbol of the United States' crumbling infrastructure after it collapsed into a ravine. While visiting Pennsylvania, President Biden says a recently signed infrastructure law will improve thousands of bridges all across the country.
This is just one of 2,400 bridges across the country that are being repaired just this year because of this law.
With the midterms quickly approaching, voters are concerned about everything from the economy to health care and safety. Virginia Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin says voters in his state are tired of the chaos.
Inflation is quietly stealing their hard-earned money. They're tired of their schools being in a state of chaos where they were shut unnecessarily for an extended period of time. Their kids suffered, and parents have been shut out of their kids' lives, and they're tired of crime in their cities.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. New polls show inflation as the leading issue for many voters. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation. saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
New whistleblower documents suggest President Biden may have been aware of his son's business dealings. On Fox News, Iowa Republican Senator Chuck Grassley calls for more transparency from the White House and FBI.
We're just fed up with the political bias within the FBI and the Department of Justice, and are they following through on some of these things? And we just have to keep pursuing it, and I intend to keep pursuing it.
Investigators are continuing to look into a huge pileup on an interstate.
Interstate 5 near Albany, Oregon, was the site of a fog-caused pileup on Wednesday that continues to hinder traffic. Drivers continue to be detoured in the area between Portland and Eugene. 60 crashes, including a fatality, was reported by the Oregon State Police. 15 to 20 commercial vehicles and about 45 passenger vehicles were involved. From the West Coast, USA, Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
A Southern California football star is making history on the field. 17-year-old Bella Rasmussen is from Laguna Beach, and she's now the first girl in the state to score 2 touchdowns in a high school game. She says she hopes to prove football isn't just a sport for men. Game 2 of the American League Championship Series set to take place in Houston tonight between the Houston Astros and New York Yankees. First pitch of that game set for just after 7:30 Eastern Time. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Less talking, more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel Client.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
And just like that, we close out a Thursday. Hey there. Welcome in, welcome aboard. All set to roll into a Friday. All right, turn another page on the calendar. 21st day of October coming on here. It's a little TGIF. What's on the agenda for your weekend coming up here? Yeah, if you're out and about tonight, rolling up and down the highways, and you got to keep your eyes on the roads, but on the horizon here and there, if you're out in the middle of nowhere, dark skies. Hey, tonight is the peak of the Orionid meteor shower. There you go. Thursday night into Friday morning, as the planet runs through the debris field left by Halley's Comet, the famous comet, of course, that will not return to the inner solar system till the year 2061. But it's the previous orbits around the sun that leaves that trail of cosmic dust and debris that we get to witness burning up in the atmosphere in sensational fashion. When those little bits collide with the Earth's atmosphere. There you go. All right. Looks like the peak time to catch Orionids tonight will be, I say between like 1 a.m. and sunrise in your respective time zones. You could see a few out there as we speak, so we've crossed over the midnight hour here in the Eastern time zone. Hey, it looks like a great night for travel around the country as far as weather's concerned. Hey, what a difference a day can make. Literally all this week we've had the map covered in freeze advisories, frost advisories, freeze warnings. We're almost barren of those sort of advisories tonight. The only remaining frost advisories, not even freeze warnings, frost advisories. Still in southeastern Pennsylvania through portions of eastern Maryland, a few frost advisories up in eastern New York and on up in parts of southern Maine, but the bulk of the country, we've made it through a very chilly pattern this week. Only thing that kind of changes now, there's just a few advisories on the map. Parts of Indiana, Kentucky, southern Illinois. It's going to be very dry, and windy conditions will be in play as we head through the Friday afternoon, 20, 30 mile per hour winds. So it's just some burn advisories. Outdoor burning, not recommended. Humidity levels are very, very low, 20, 30%. So a very dry atmosphere. Elsewhere around the country, yes, there are red flag warnings for a good chunk of Oklahoma. Additional red flag warnings and actually high wind warnings through portions of Wyoming through the upcoming day. Those high wind warnings in south central and southeastern Wyoming. Red flag warnings extending all the way up to the Wyoming-Montana line there. But hey, we've been talking about escaping the cold snap and getting ready for a warm-up as we head toward the weekend. Indeed, the process begun Thursday afternoon. It's a much more comfortable night. It's still a chilly night, but 42 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour. Yeah, not too bad. Not going to be seeing those freezing temperatures tonight. But we do have some weather we can share with you. A big change is on the way, and a big storm is going to be brewing, especially for the second half of the weekend. Are you ready to contend with your first major bout of snowfall? We're going to see that in portions of the West coming up this weekend. Let's start right there with our travelers' weather. A big flip-flop in the weather pattern will allow a major storm to unfold smack dab in the middle of the country this weekend and persist into early next week. The storm's variety of adverse weather conditions could lead to a multitude of travel problems and indeed pose risks to lives and property, from the Rockies to the Great Plains. Everything from strong winds, strong dry winds, to severe thunderstorms capable of producing heavy rain, hail, and even, yes, tornadoes will be erupting in the southeastern zone of this developing storm, where the warmer air is going to be in place. On the northwestern flank of the storm, the combination of plunging temperatures, heavy snow, and gusty winds may actually produce localized blizzard conditions. It's October, and we're talking potentially blizzard conditions in parts of the country. We start, though, with the strong warming trend, this accelerating well ahead of this developing storm over the plains in the Midwest as we head into the weekend. Right in the wake of the abnormally cold weather, made it feel like winter much of this week. A temperature change 50 to 70 degrees occurring over a matter of a few days' time. Let's start with the strong winds that are going to be roaring from Arizona to Minnesota. This warm-up, accompanied by the gusty south to southwest winds, going to be raising the risk of wildfires and rapid spread. According to AccuWeather, the winds can also kick up dust from the deserts and blow it hundreds of miles into the Great Plains this weekend. The strongest winds going to be developing as the colder air from the northwest begins to catch up with the warmth in the southwestern states on into portions of the central and southern plains by the time we get to Sunday and Sunday night. In that zone, stretching from northeastern New Mexico to northwestern Texas, southeastern Colorado into central Kansas, we are talking winds frequently from 60 to 80 miles per hour. Could see gusts approaching 90 miles per hour. Now, at that intensity, obviously, big trucks can be flipped over, property damage can occur, power lines may come down. The same clash of the warm and cold air, combined with the surge of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico and the strong jet stream overhead, is going to trigger severe thunderstorms from portions of the Central Plains to the upper Midwest, Sunday afternoon into Sunday night. Now, the thunderstorm threat will include the full spectrum of severe weather, localized flash flooding, large hail, and the likelihood of powerful wind gusts, and the potential for, yes, a few tornadoes. High winds will be the most common threat with these storms, where gusts, they tell us, could approach 100 miles per hour in some cases. Forecasters do say there's a heightened risk with this incoming system because the majority of the storms may occur toward sunset and after dark Sunday night, when storms may be difficult to spot in advance. Forecasters have kind of outlined the greatest risk for severe weather extending from northeastern Kansas and northern Missouri into southern portions of Minnesota. Well, how about the snowy side of the storm as the colder air packed with moisture from the Pacific rolls in over the Rockies, helping to fuel those storms over the plains? Freezing levels are going to lower over the mountainous terrain to the point where the snow works its way down from the ridges and the peaks to the intermediate levels from Saturday night through Monday. There's enough cold air and moisture to be present to bring a general 6 to 12 inches of snow, localized amounts approaching 30 inches in portions of the Wasatch in Utah, the Rockies in Colorado, the Tetons in Wyoming, and the Sawtooth Ridge there in Idaho. There's a chance snow could mix in with rain even in Salt Lake City, while progressively heavier snow falls on the intermediate elevations to the east and up into the ridges and peaks of the Wasatch Saturday night into Sunday morning. Much colder air may not sweep in fast enough to allow any significant snow in the Denver area Sunday night, but further to the north of the mile-high city, over some of the foothills to the west, rain could change to snow for long enough time to allow a bit of accumulation. As this storm intensifies over the plains from Sunday night into Monday, begins to take a more northerly track that allows colder air to sweep in at a faster pace over portions of Nebraska, the Dakotas, as well as portions of Montana and Wyoming. While the amount of snow may be limited in the lower elevations of the northern plains, there is a narrow area of heavy snow. Blizzard conditions may occur in a part of this region where high winds combine with the snow to dramatically reduce visibility. Now, depending on the track of the storm and the magnitude of the cold air, towns from Bismarck, North Dakota, to Rapid City, South Dakota, it could be close to developing a zone of heavy snow with potent winds here. Heavy snow's more likely to fall in the nearby Black Hills there in the Dakotas. So you're just probably going to be anticipating some delays, along with the possibility of even road closures, portions of Interstate 70, 80, 90, and 94, and possibly along a stretch of Canada's Highway 1 there in the provinces of Manitoba and Saskatchewan. Lastly, not enough rain or snow to probably impact the lower Mississippi River levels that we've been talking about for several weeks now, because the heaviest rain and snow from this system is going to be far removed from the main stem of the Mississippi River. It may take weeks or even potentially months before levels in the waterways significantly rise. Water levels, as we've been discussing along many points of this vital waterway, are historically low. Many areas cannot support normal barge traffic. There will be another surge of moisture that may spring up from Texas, could send some rain and thunderstorms in parts of the south central states, maybe toward the middle of next week. But that's the prognostication for the Mississippi River not boding well, even with this big storm system coming into play. So look out, big changes on the horizon for the second half of the weekend if you're going to be out there rolling freight, especially Saturday into Sunday and Monday. You may need to alter some of your travel plans. Around the country, it is 844-844-3388. We've got the breakdown, Major League Baseball. All of a sudden, the Yankees find themselves dug into a pretty deep hole here. Now, it is a best-of-7 series, but Houston taking game number 2 over the Yankees this past evening, 3-2, the final score. So Houston is up 2-0. You do the math, that means the Yankees would have to win 4 out of 5 games. They've got a lot of coming back to do if they're going to get back into this series. Meanwhile, we've got the Phillies and the Padres tied at 1 game apiece. Game number 3 in that series comes up here on your Friday night prime time, 7:37 Eastern Time will be the first pitch there. All right, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At -10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to -65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Philly Dan on board. Good morning, drivers. Everybody stay safe out there. God bless the Rambler. Heavy D. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew checking in. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. High pressure pumping, ready to roll. Todd says hello from Livingston, Montana tonight with 60 degrees. Not half bad. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe out there. We've got 39 degrees in Wallkill, New York. Larry checks in there. Country Bumpkin checking in from Grand Haven, Michigan tonight. Hey, everybody have a great weekend. All our Overnight Drive family there. Heatwave on board. Good morning from Apple Turkey, New Mexico. Good sleeping weather. And as soon as we get a dispatch, that's exactly what we plan to do. All right, so I guess some rest for now, just waiting for that phone to ring. Is that the idea? Hello to Malpractice, checking in almost back to the home 20 in the good state of Indiana. Just saying, keep it between the ditches and the Smokies out of your britches and hammer down. All right, good to have you with us, Roger. Truck in Troy says, good morning, 5-7, copy in the mail. Randolph is on board. Let's see, Kenley, North Carolina tonight with 47 degrees. There you go. Morning from the Dipsy driver. Hello to the best informed audience anywhere. Got a clear 34 degrees, but we're headed for 67 Friday afternoon. And now we're talking mid-70s this weekend. Can we still say Indian summer? Or is that part of the cancel culture? Good question, Dipsy driver. I'll call it Indian summer. I'm looking forward to that. Randolph got 40 degrees at this point in time. There you go. Norman checks in from north central Kansas. Warmed up this past day, didn't you? That warming trend is definitely in a 63 degrees. Clear skies. Heading north with another load of scrap this morning. Good morning to all. Jay checks in. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drivers with 43 degrees in Nashville, Tennessee. You can't talk about the CDC and the vote. Everyone have a safe trip. Keep on trucking. Yeah, no, we will talk about it. We're just going to present the information, the facts as it is. Yeah, not going to have a discussion about the pros and the cons of the vaccine, if you know what I mean, because we've been through that many times before, and that's what gets you flagged. But yeah, we got to pass the news on. That's one of the top stories I was going to talk about. Just heard that in the news break there, top of the hour, right out of the box. The unanimous vote from the CDC, the advisory committee, voting that they should update the recommended immunization schedule to add the COVID vaccine to that schedule for children to attend school. Now, I think I made this pretty clear last evening when we kind of touched on that, the fact that the vote was going to take place on Thursday. The CDC cannot require individual states to mandate this vaccine. It will be on a state-by-state basis. As you heard in the news break, there's a number of states currently, including the likes of Ohio and Florida, that typically follow the CDC guidelines, whatever their recommendation is for immunization schedules for children to attend school. I have a sneaky suspicion there will be some states that may be changing those guidelines, but we'll share the details with you coming up here. Again, you want to piss off millions and millions of parents around this country. If the states opt in this direction, there is going to be unbelievable consequences, outrage, again, from millions of parents in this country. But we'll break it down. Let's see, 38 degrees here in Harrison, Ohio. There's Pappy on board. Come on, 70 degrees for our Friday. Hammer down, be safe. There's No Handle Dave on board, just checking in since nature called. We've got 44 degrees in New Lisbon, Indiana. Everybody be safe. I'll be listening into the podcast later today. All right. Hello to Daniel on board and all of our listening friends out there. There's Gilligan, just jumped in. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Cool and clear here in Ironton, Virginia tonight with 38 degrees. Hang in there, Gilligan. The warm-up's coming your way later today. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, so, yeah, lots of industry headlines to cover. We'll get to the breakdown. There's already one governor who has come right out and said, nope, the line has been drawn in the sand. There will be no mandate to vaccinate children to attend schools. Which state do you think that would be? I give you three guesses. The first two don't count. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The United States, 13 in the world in infrastructure. We should be ranked number one.
President Biden touting an infrastructure bill he signed earlier this year just outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, near the Fern Hollow Bridge, which became a symbol of the country's flawed infrastructure after collapsing into a ravine just before Biden visited the city in January. Biden also in Pennsylvania campaigning for Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, who's running for Senate. A newly filed lawsuit is accusing Google of collecting a massive database of voice and facial features without users' consent. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton says that's against the law. The complaint suggests that Google Nest smart home products are actively listening and recording what they hear. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this.
10.
There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text GRIT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321-321. That's GRIT to 321-321.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, up and running here on a Friday. The phone lines are open. Nobody hanging in there yet. Every once in a while I have to reset, but we'll do a double check on that. It's 844-844-3388. Deborah checking in. Morning, Steve. It's a chilly 42 degrees in Indiana this morning. Going to be 70 later today, though. Looking forward to a great weekend. Temperatures in the 70s. Everybody stay safe out there tonight. Especially my special driver, a.k.a. Woodpecker. Going with him periodically gives me a little more respect for him and all the drivers out there. So everybody have a fabulous Friday and a wonderful weekend. There you go. All right. I mentioned the Centers for Disease Control. When I told my wife about this vote that was unanimous, 15-0 this past day, to recommend adding the COVID vaccine to children's vaccine regimen to attend schools around the country. First thing out of her mouth was, it ain't going to happen. I know my daughter. There's no way in hell she's going to require my grandson, Rowan, to get the vaccination. There's no way my daughter-in-law, Lauren or Stephen, are going to require it. And millions of other parents. Right now, the statistics from the other night I shared said about 30% of children, like 5 and up, have taken a vaccine for COVID. Now, in the lead up to the vote by the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, there have been what they say false claims that it would mean the vaccine will be required to attend school. The reality is the CDC does not have the authority to set school immunization requirements. The vote doesn't mandate the vaccine. That decision is left up to the respective states. Now, here are the facts. The claim is if the CDC adds the vaccine to the immunization schedule for children, the shots will be mandatory. That is a false claim that has gained quite a bit of momentum after it was shared on some media outlet. Another popular tweet similarly claiming the committee's vote would make this mandatory for school registration. The Public Health Agency does not determine school vaccination requirements. States have the authority to enact state laws requiring said vaccination, not the CDC. Now, a spokesperson for the CDC tells the Associated Press they only make recommendations for use of vaccines, while school entry vaccination requirements, again, are determined by state or local jurisdictions. This action was meant to streamline the clinical guidance for healthcare providers by adding this to a single list of all currently listed, authorized, and routinely recommended vaccines. It is important to note there are no changes in COVID vaccine policy, she said. The Immunization Practices Advisory Committee, they describe it's a body of experts that make recommendations to the CDC. Their recommendations to update the schedules, which include other revisions, still has to be formally adopted by the agency, and the amended schedules would not take effect until sometime next year, they tell us. Now, I mentioned one state has already come out and said, parents, have no fear, don't be concerned. Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida drawing a line in the sand, telling reporters he is against any mandate for shots for children after that vote from the CDC advisory panel. He says, quote, as long as I'm kicking and screaming, there will be no shot mandates for your kids. A speech announcing an executive order to provide property tax relief for residents that have been impacted by Ian. He said, this is you as a parent's decision to make. Now, he said his office has been inundated with questions about the CDC adding this requirement in schools, potentially mandating students take this. Now, he said, I get a kick out of it when people kind of try to compare this to the likes of the measles, mumps, or rubella shots, things that have been around for decades and decades. Parents, by and large, most parents in Florida have opted against doing these boosters, particularly for young kids. All right, these are new shots, as he said. All right, let's see. Furthermore, regardless of what the CDC votes as far as adding this to the list for routine immunizations, nothing will change in Florida. Yeah, thanks to Governor DeSantis, mandates are not allowed in Florida, not pushed into schools, and I continue to recommend against them for healthy children, he said. All right, let's see. We had Missouri's governor, who also apparently weighed in this past day, sharing his opposition to this requirement. As long as I am governor of Missouri, I will do everything under my authority to never let the government mandate this in our schools. I see a number of states, Ohio, if you notice, was on that list that typically they say follows the CDC's recommendations. Now, for most things, most people don't have a problem with it. This is a totally different territory, as we all too well know. So there are your facts. Let's jump to a couple of industry headlines. I see the phones are working there. So, we'll get to your calls here in just a moment. Let's see. Truckers invited to partake in a free lunch next Monday, thanks to the Feed a Trucker campaign. Obviously, you've got to be in the right place at the right time. The free lunch for drivers coming up next Monday from 11 a.m. till 2 p.m. at the End Market in Savannah, Georgia, on Pine Barren Road and Highway 80. Kind of a collaborative project between veteran carriers and End Market. Truckers can receive their meal by pulling into the truck-friendly End Market. Well, you'll receive an $8 voucher that you can put toward anything in the store. The Feed a Trucker campaign has fed over 250 End Market lunches to truckers since they started this last year. All right, again, got to be in the right place at the right time. Kind of a history-making day for Love's Travel Centers this past day. Thursday, Love's announcing the opening of their 600th location with a new store in Perry, Oklahoma. The new 12,000 square foot store located off I-35, again in Perry, Oklahoma. So they'll have the Arby's restaurant, 60 truck parking spaces, 6 diesel bays, propane, showers, laundry facilities, got a cat scale, and a dog park, all the amenities you find typically at various Love's locations. Love's also announced the company has added Amazon lockers at over 50 locations across the country. Founded in 1964, they've got stores now operating in 42 states, but kind of a landmark day, 600th location for Love's Travel Centers. Well, there you go. Hey, would that be 5-7 out of the box this morning?
Oh, yeah, doing the phone check thing, making sure you're good to go.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Arizona, the woman running for governor, I love it. You know, they were trying to nail her on the mega thing and, you know, about denying or questioning the election. There's video of her. I love it. They're learning. Younger Republicans are learning. They turned on the media and she just straight out told them, well, you didn't have a problem with Hillary Clinton questioning it. Pulled out a paper to Hillary Clinton questioning it, and including Stacey Abrams. And she went down this whole list of all the people that had been denying Donald Trump's election. And she said, none of y'all had anything to say about that. But when a Republican has do their constitutional right to free speech to question it, now it's a problem. And then at the same time, I love it. And we need some more Georgians to get on here. Why am I talking about Georgia politics? Stacey Abrams stand up there. They asked her, will you accept if Brian Kemp wins this election? Will you accept the outcome? And she basically said she never said that she didn't accept the outcome. She believed that he won the election. And I love it because the news media that I was listening to played time after time after time after time of Stacey Abrams claiming the election was a fraud, that she was the actual, had been elected.
Right.
It's here we go again. So we need some people to call in from Georgia. I mean, it affects them more than it does me. I just get their news because that's the best signal out of Augusta. And they're good on my weather. I am in their weather coverage, you know. But yeah, and on that, I knew it was Florida when you throwed out that three questions.
Yeah, right. Three guesses. Right.
But we got a close one here. I'm pretty sure South Carolina will be in there. South Carolina has not been much different than Florida throughout all this. The liberal townsmen, the liberal cities, you know, Edisto Beach and all up along the Strand, there where the Democrats have a lot of control in the little cities. Now they're the ones that had people wearing bikinis with a face mask out on the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's stupid. You know, that's where stupid is, where you find Democrats in control. So, but other than that, South Carolina, our governor hasn't been as outspoken or controversial. He don't look for a fight, and he hides from it. But South Carolina, it feels a little bit more comfortable being this part of the country, irregardless of Lindsey Graham and you know, hey, what can I say? I just, you know, if Jim Jordan decides to leave Ohio, let him come on down here. But we need him in D.C.
Yeah, it's a shame that he's retiring because, you know, he was a good one. But that's going to be a crucial race coming up here in a couple of weeks, this Ohio race. Vance and Ryan, right? Yeah, who gets to step into the seat of Jim Jordan? All right, it is 844-844-3388. Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, there you go. Lines available on a Friday. What's going on? Ah, boy. Prices at the pump, right? Got to share a couple tidbits this morning in relation to that. And we know with the announcement of the 15 million additional barrels from the SPR that many are saying it's all about the big emergency is the upcoming election, right? Pump prices, according to Bloomberg, remain stubbornly high, less than 3 weeks from the midterms. And the states where the pain is most acute include those that are going to determine which party controls Congress. Nevada, Arizona, swing states with competitive Senate races are among those grappling with some of the highest gas prices in the country. More than 40% of competitive races rated by the Cook Political Report are in states seeing some of the highest increases in pump prices compared with 2 years ago. It does not get any easier to sell the Democrat brand at a high gasoline price, according to Kevin Book, managing director of Clearview Energy Partners. To the extent that Democrats are facing Republicans who are trying to make this a referendum on Biden, the increase from 2020 is going to be rather unflattering. Pump prices are America's most visible inflation warning. I mean, it's flashing on street corners in every part of the country. The cost of gas is higher than during at least 9 of the last election cycles, averaging $3.88 a gallon for the first half of October, according to AAA. Nearly 80 cents higher than we were in October of 2008. But if you recall, when the equities markets crashed during the Great Recession, as costs surge, the economy has indeed reemerged as the top voter concern in this country, with higher gas prices linked to lower presidential approval. Now, Biden's tried to take credit for recent price declines. In a speech on Wednesday, he cited that costs have fallen 30% from the peak back in the summer, but he did concede they're not falling fast enough. Families are hurting. In the state of Georgia, where gas prices are more than 60% higher than they were during the 2020 election, and Republican Herschel Walker is running that neck-and-neck race with Raphael Warnock. Pain at the pump is indeed shaping up to be a voter issue. One technician, Pedro Mendoza, filling up his truck at the Quick Trip in Lawrenceville, said, I'm going to vote Republican all the way. He blames the Democrats for the more than $120 a week that he's spending on gas right now, as well as the broader inflation that's squeezing his and other household budgets. Yeah, the people in Ukraine, they need help. But here in this country, you know what? We need help. Now, there are 4 states where Senate races are rated as a toss-up by the Cook Report. That is Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Nevada, where gasoline prices are from 55 to as much as 104% higher than they were 2 years ago. Biden is trying to rein in costs with the confirmed release of more oil from the SPR. But the oil traders have kind of shrugged off that move. Crude futures in New York have actually risen for the past 2 days. That puts gasoline futures higher as well. Now, even if he succeeds in bringing down cost, it may not translate for the voters. Yeah, the American people are quick to blame the president when prices are high. Yeah, they tend not to give, and this is for any president, by the way, not just this. They tend not to give a president credit when prices fall. When prices fell from their peak earlier this year, for example, more than half of voters surveyed credited not Biden's policies, but the simple market dynamics. Now, gas prices typically fall this time of year. Yeah, the summer driving pretty much comes to an end. The refiners are switching to the cheaper winter blend. But, of course, the Russia war in Ukraine has disrupted global energy supplies. And, of course, several U.S. refiners are shut for repairs, and fuel exports are surging. So right now, our inventories are at the lowest seasonal level since the year 2008. Yeah, that along with OPEC's decision to cut production. That's going to keep pressure on prices, although the national average is probably not going to top $4 per gallon before the election. But this year's spike in prices may feel particularly extreme in contrast to prices in 2020. In the immediate aftermath of oil plunging to negative levels, remember that in the pandemic that decimated driving demand, gas prices were unusually low. Only 2 states at the time, California and Hawaii, actually had pump prices over $3 per gallon, according to Gas Buddy. Even before that, prices this high were very rare. There are only 11 states that had October average prices above $3 per gallon in the year 2018. Today, there are 13 states that have drivers paying more than $4 per gallon. There are 6 states currently that are above $5 per gallon. Now, that's a pretty powerful political weight to carry around for any incumbent that's running for re-election. I couldn't help but chuckle about, I think Florida Steve sent this my way this past evening, right along the same line. Yeah, there's a bigger story in play here that I wasn't actually aware of till the Washington Times broke it down with the president's announcement of 15 million more barrels from the SPR. Now, that's supposed to be the last portion of the 180 million barrels that he authorized to be released in March. This release reduces the SPR to the lowest level in nearly 40 years. Now, given that, Biden has also now, as we touched on last evening, authorized the government to begin purchasing oil to replenish the reserve. But he wants to wait till the price of oil goes down. It's about $90 right now. He did earlier this week order the replenishment of new oil when the price falls below $72 per barrel, which may or may not happen in the near or even mid-future. Therein lies a story. Way, way back in March of 2020, there was a guy named Donald Trump who was president who proposed to fill the SPR to its maximum capacity with U.S.-produced crude oil. That would have involved the purchase of 77 million barrels of oil. Trump wanted to act because oil was cheap. How cheap? About $24 per barrel. So we could have effectively topped off the SPR at a darn good price. That's where the story gets interesting. Give you the rest of the story coming up here. And lines available at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Pentagon has announced that it will assist service members and their dependents with some abortion costs, including travel and transportation, but not for the actual procedure. In a memo, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin wrote that because, quote, significant numbers of troops and their families would have to travel and take time off for the procedure, quote, military readiness will be affected as well from the practical efforts of recent changes, end quote, namely the Supreme Court's overturning of Roe v. Wade in June. Officials in New York and Nevada stated that they had identified their first deaths in people who had tested positive for monkeypox. This comes as officials in Maryland confirmed that they are waiting for, quote, final documentation of the state's potential first monkeypox death. Only 4 deaths have been officially tallied so far by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention out of 27,635 infections around the country. A prime minister has resigned.
I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party. I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party.
That was the UK leader Liz Truss. She is resigning after 6 weeks. A former gynecologist at the University of California, Los Angeles was found guilty on 5 counts of sexually abusing female patients in a criminal case that came after the university system made nearly $700 million in lawsuit payouts. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Making his first public comment since a recording of council members making racist and offensive comments was released online, Los Angeles City Council member Kevin De Leon said he does not plan on stepping down from his position, apologizing to his constituents for not stepping up and shutting down the conversation.
And I failed in my leadership in doing so, and that's why I failed. I didn't step up, and I didn't intervene, and I didn't put a stop to it.
The city council has been the subject of a public outcry and protest after a recording posted to Reddit earlier this month captured former city council president Nori Martinez making allegedly racist and offensive comments about her colleagues and about her council member's son while discussing redistricting. There's a massive pileup near Albany.
Interstate 5 near Albany, Oregon, was the site of a fog-caused pileup on Wednesday that continues to hinder traffic. Drivers continue to be detoured in the area between Portland and Eugene. 60 crashes, including a fatality, was reported by the Oregon State Police. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Kevin Spacey was found not liable in a civil sexual misconduct suit. The lawsuit sought $40 million in damages. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow. MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, the Roll and Go Anywhere MyPillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at MyPillow. mypillow.com/USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it on a Friday, hour number 2. Here we go. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Who we got checking in? There's Double R on board. Good morning. Double R listening in. All don't know if you caught the program last evening, just talking about on the news break there, that big pile up out there in Oregon. Yeah, I did notice, one of your cohorts, because I'm assuming it wasn't you. I was hoping it wasn't you. I saw there was a reliable carrier's truck involved in that big pile up there. I was curious if it was someone you might have known there. Jeff checks in. Good night. Have a great morning. I've worked enough. All right. Hello to Eskimo Mom. Happy Friday or hump day for her. Running the back way to Louisville tonight to avoid the road construction near Mount Zion Road. Enjoying the milder weather tonight. It's clear, 46 degrees near Madison, Indiana. Everybody have a good weekend. There you go. Hello, everybody. At the Home 20, Linwood on board. San Antone, where it's 64 degrees right now. Texas has said no way, as has Tennessee and Florida, to the mandatory vaccine for school kids. I just kind of wonder if the CDC board, they get money under the table, because there'd be a whole lot of money made, obviously, if this was enacted by the states. Anyway, November's coming. Vote, vote, vote. There you go. Hello to Joe Self. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. 36 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Hope everybody enjoys their weekend. And there's Dave on board. What do you got? Morning, Steve, and the rest of the Hot Shot crew. That is Buckshot. Waving a hand. It's going to be a long night, since it's the first night back after a 2-week vacation. Oh, boy. Yeah, nothing like getting back to the old grind, huh? Yeah, stay safe, everybody, and I'll be listening in. Let me get back to the, as we call it, the rest of the story. Yeah, so Donald Trump wanted to completely fill up. Let's get it to maximum capacity. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That was in 2020. It was $24 a barrel. How sweet would it be to fill the reserve at that price now? Let's top off every tank at a good price. So, at Trump's behest at the time, Republicans actually put money for that oil purchase in a big spending bill that was under consideration on Capitol Hill. That's when their efforts were stopped cold by the Democrats. The Democrats said Trump's plan to put $3 billion is a bailout for big oil. Now, that's the report from Roll Call, March 25th of 2020. And I quote, "The Trump administration's plan to top off the Strategic Petroleum Reserve has run into a blockade after lawmakers excluded the $3 billion in funding for oil purchases from the massive stimulus package before Congress. Senate Democrats jumping to the podium to take credit for stripping out that money from the Senate bill, calling it a bailout for the oil industry. In particular, it was then Senate Majority Leader, none other than Charlie Schumer, who took personal credit for killing the measure. It was, to say the least, a very short-sighted, politically motivated move. If you believe in the purpose of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, now is the perfect time to make sure it is full. That was the quote from the then Energy Secretary. He said, "We're expecting that Congress is going to be supportive of this." Well, they weren't. Well, at least the Democrats weren't. And the effects of Schumer's move are still now being felt today. The Democrats' blockade effectively cost the United States billions in potential profits. And technically, it means right now Biden has tens of millions of fewer barrels at his disposal, to which he's trying to counter the price surge. At the time, the environmental groups were cheering Chucky's blockade. Victory, all in capital letters with an exclamation point. That was the tweet from Friends of the Earth on April 3rd of 2020. The Energy Department dropped its plan for a $3 billion big oil bailout, they said. Thank you, Senator Schumer and Senate Democrats, for stopping this administration from exploiting a global pandemic to help polluters profit. So there it is. If at some point the price of oil does fall below $72 per barrel and Biden moves to replenish the reserve, he's probably going to tell the country, and undoubtedly he'll have Chuck Schumer cheering him on, that we're getting a great deal for the country at $72 per barrel. So just remember what happened and what didn't happen in 2020. Could have filled it at $24 per barrel. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Is that the inbred redneck per se?
Hey, buddy, what you know?
Happy Friday.
Yeah, good Friday. Well, I'm glad Steve from Florida got me lying down. I thought old Trump filled her up. And just goes to show the inbred redneck ain't always right. But, you know, about 75% of the time, you can pretty much take it to the bank what I got to say. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
I hear you.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a human if I wasn't flawed, but I'm glad I learned something there. Oh, Steve down in Florida, thank you, buddy. It don't hurt my pride to be wrong. But I heard you talking about the CDC vote and all that, buddy, and I figure I'd call in here. And I know there's people that just can't stand me, but I think the point I got tonight is the correct point. Now, Steve, they, meaning the liberal elite of the country, say it's all right for us to let children decide which sexual orientation or sex that they want to be.
Yes, sir.
But they don't want to give the children the right to decide on what goes in their body. They want to give women the right to decide what's taken out of their body. And who am I to say anything about anything if it's a sin or whatever, buddy? I mean, in my eyes, it is. But all I know is when they start going on about the trucker mandate, you remember that, Steve? What happened? All the truckers, I was working at that time, said, nah, I don't think I'm going to do that. I've been running all around the country and daggone, they've left us out here on the road to run the country, and we just wasn't going to take it. Now, all America has to do is stand up and say, no, we ain't going to take it. If you're living in some place, now it will come up, the school teachers union, I about guarantee it, buddy, they'll be going on and saying, well, you know, in certain areas, states and counties, well, we like to follow the CDC guidance. They'll be going, well, we just can't go in there and teach the children without them being vaccinated. Attention, America. I want to tell y'all this. Unless you have been locked in your house the whole time and you are growing your own produce inside of your own house, you have been exposed
Yes.
in somehow,
Yeah.
some way to this virus. The creepy, scary, scary media. I know Halloween's coming up. They scared you for daggone 2 or 3 years now over this stuff. It's time for you to wake up. It's the same talk I had with my mother today, Steve. Daggone 75 years old. The daggone woman had polio, got cured of it when polio was going around. And she talking about going and getting her 5th booster. I said, Mama, what are you doing? You've been exposed to it. If you're going to catch it, you're going to catch it by now, you know.
Yeah.
People, wake up. Quit living your life in fear. It's just like this global warming junk. Chicken little, the sky's falling. Well, dang on, it ain't falling. We're all going to be all right. And if you don't believe me, just look up at Massachusetts. Why would a man that totes all this stuff for global warming buy a beachfront property at about 10 feet above sea level? Steve,
If they truly
these
believed,
people ain't
if they
stupid.
truly believed something was going to happen, I got you. Well, inbred redneck, back with us. It is 844-844-3388. I just pulled up my email. I get to the correction here first. Let's see. Scooter was sending this info. I guess it's been nearly an hour, but I-75 north at the 154-mile marker in Ohio, just south of Findlay, and a semi-trailer on fire. So emergency crews on the scene. Again, about an hour ago, it was totally shut down. So hopefully, if you're in the backup, hopefully things will be back up and running pretty soon. I stand corrected. I was thinking it was Jim Jordan was the one that was retiring. That Vance Ryan battle is the Senate seat for Rob Portman. I apologize. Yeah, that's the Senate seat. Jim Jordan is in the House of Representatives and not retiring anytime soon. So I had my wires crossed on that one somehow. So thank you for the correction. All right, wide open lines at 844-844-3388 on a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, under the industry headlines, the American Trucking and Industry Leader Hall of Fame will hold its 2022 induction ceremony coming up here in a couple days, 1 o'clock Central Time, October the 26th. So coming up next week at the American Truck Historical Society headquarters in Kansas City, Missouri. Last year, the Hall of Fame was actually established with OOIDA among the first class of honorees. This year's America Trucking and Industry Leader Hall of Fame inductees will include Earl and Lillian Congdon, founders of Old Dominion Freight Lines, Leland James, the founder of Freightliner Trucks, and you got Bill and Carolyn Moon of the Iowa 80 Group, the founders of the Iowa 80 Group. The American Truck Historical Society mission is to preserve the history of trucks, the trucking industry, and its pioneers. According to the American Truck Historical Society Executive Director, the ATIL Hall of Fame fits into our mission of honoring these pioneers who laid the foundation for the trucking industry. Also, it recognizes the trucking professionals' contribution to the economy and their impact on consumerism. According to the American Truck Historical Society news release, Jim O'Leary, a president and CEO of Daimler Trucks North America, the Moon family of the Iowa 80 Group, and the Congdon family of Old Dominion are all actually expected to be in attendance for that induction ceremony coming up again October the 26th. Good morning, Horse Feathers. Happy Friday. All right, if the computer will pick it up, pick him up. There you go. Hello.
There you go. Yeah, push the button. Yeah. Oh, I think we got to change and give you a handle there and say, come on back, truckers, and talk to Teddy Bear.
Talk to Teddy Bear.
There you go. See, you get that old out there, and you get all the truckers to call you in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so yeah, talking about that CDC thing there, and I'll pretty much guarantee Maryland will be right on the bandwagon there of implementing that, and making all the kids there have to have vaccinations to go to public school. I'd be interested to see how many kids come out of the public school system, the state-run public school system, and end up going to private schools. So probably be somewhere around 25%, I would think. So, but anyways, I guess I gotta thank you, your show, Chris, for being here, because through your show, I actually got a little help to get that nozzle out in California. It's got some wheels underneath it, and
really,
it's headed to a freight here pretty quick in a couple of days. I hope, maybe by the beginning of the week, to make its trek across the country, and I'll be able to receive it hopefully by the end of next week if everything develops the way I'm expecting it to.
Okay.
So, as I say, I got to thank you, your show, and Chris for having the show, and Hot Shot for helping me out a little bit. But and thanks to the listeners, because as they say out there in the industry, it's the listeners that make everything possible. So that's kind of how it all developed there. So thank you again for all that. But anyways, I don't know.
I'm trying to remember. Had you explained that this piece of equipment you were trying to get was how much was the cost of the piece?
The guy was asking $700, and I ended up paying $600. And but it's a big monitor nozzle, otherwise known as a deck gun. So if you look at the top of the fire truck, it's a great big mounted nozzle on the top there, and that's what it is. And
so you paid $600 for the part, and then you're checking around with shipping companies, and how much did they want to ship the darn thing?
Well, if you use something with a liftgate service to pick it up there from the residential address, they add about $1,000 to the shipping rate. And then they want somewhere close to the $1,000 to have it delivered with the liftgate. Well, I really don't need that. I got places I can get to pick it up right there at the dock, so I really don't need it delivered any further than just, to the terminal, just have it held at the dock, and I can go pick it up myself. So we were talking somewhere around $1,600, $1,700, $1,800, depending on which freight service you call.
To ship a $600 part.
Exactly, yeah. And so that just doesn't justify the cost of buying it. You can't make that happen. So I got the rate down, and as I say, a little help from listeners and stuff. So I got a good rate, and it's going to go dock to dock. It won't have to have a pickup charge or a delivery charge, and so we got it right down to the bare minimum. So we're pretty happy with that.
That's good.
But it's kind of crazy. Oh, what the heck? I don't know what the heck that was. You ever seen something the size of a fox that had a black and white tail? Holy crap! And it had a long tail too. It was at least 1.5 feet long tail, and had a whitish gray tip at the end. I don't know. Didn't look like a gray fox to me. It looked like a red fox. It was the size of a red fox, moved like a red fox, but it had a white tip on the end of its tail. That was interesting. It was going the other way across the road and got away from me, so I didn't have to contend with it.
Very good.
So, but anyways, now what? That's I don't know. That's about what we got going for you. There was, I guess they did determine that elementary school out in Missouri is contaminated with radiation, and they closed the building.
Yes, I did touch on that last evening. Yeah, they shut the school down for the foreseeable future. Hey, I got to get a news break here. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Pentagon has announced that it will assist service members and their dependents with some abortion costs, including travel and transportation, but not for the actual procedure. In a memo, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin wrote that because, quote, significant numbers of troops and their families would have to travel and take time off for the procedure, quote, military readiness will be affected from the practical efforts of recent changes, end quote, namely the Supreme Court's overturning of Roe v. Wade in June. Officials in New York and Nevada stated that they had identified their first deaths in people who had tested positive for monkeypox. Only 4 deaths have been officially tallied so far by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. This is USA Radio News.
Okay, from the start.
The acerola cherries.
Alfalfa leaf, aloe vera, apples, banana.
Beets, bell pepper, broccoli. Blueberries, blackberries, cranberry.
We make Texas superfood from 55 raw, vine-ripened fruits and vegetables.
Pineapple, sweet potato, papaya, parsley, pear, peach.
In a capsule or a powder, 1 daily dose of Texas superfood delivers the healthy benefits of 55. Count them, 55 fresh fruits and vegetables, and you can see them all on TexasSuperfood.com.
Raspberry, spinach, the nutrients that we need on a daily basis.
Thousands of people benefit from taking Texas Superfood every day. Shouldn't you be one of them? Doctors, pharmacists, nurses, and your grandmother all recommend that you eat more fruits and vegetables every day. So if you can't, won't, or don't, Texas Superfood is made for you.
TexasSuperfood.com. It's borderline shocking how much energy I have. I hope you use me for the TexasSuperfood.com.
Join us on TexasSuperfood.com.
TexasSuperfood.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back on a Friday. Let me see here. Hey, we should be locked and loaded Friday morning. Got plenty of room. It's 844-844-3388. I don't know, I guess you'd pretty much wrapped up. Do you have anything else for us, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, actually, I do have one thing there. So yesterday there, I missed you to report about the Missouri school. But I did one load because I had to be in Philadelphia at 9 a.m. yesterday morning for an appointment. So I get up there, and on the way up there, I'm listening to terrestrial radio, and of course, doing that, I have to listen to all the campaign advertisement on the terrestrial radio, you know, and the slamming of one candidate against the other. So Fetterman, there's somebody that's paying a woman to talk on the radio about Dr. Oz, how, you know, he's against abortion and he thinks that it's murder, and he's benefited from, you know, big pharmacy. You know, he's made millions of dollars from big pharmacy, and of course, I'm sure if you check into all the politicians who knew that this COVID vaccination was going to be made by Pfizer and Moderna, and who was the third one, Johnson & Johnson or something, I'm sure that they've all invested heavily in stock and have benefited from the United States government paying these large, you know, pharmaceutical companies for developing this supposed vaccination that, you know, used this drug used as a vaccination. So anyways, the next thing you know, you hear an ad from Dr. Oz about Fetterman, and I can't remember all the details about it, but it sounds like the same woman doing the ad. So it's like they both hired the same person, or they both hired a person that sounds
Really?
almost identical to the other one. So it's almost laughable that you know who's benefiting from this. It's the people that are capitalizing on the money that's being spent in this advertising. The people aren't benefiting from all this, name calling and it's the rhetoric that goes around. The people don't benefit from that because they have no idea what people's platforms are, what their accomplishments are, and if you listen to what Ranger always says about, election time, we don't want to hear all this. We want to hear, what you've done and what you want to do and how you plan on doing it. We don't care what you think of the other guy or the other woman, your opponent. So anyways, it was almost comical to listen to, but anyways, and I don't know, you said something about Jim Jordan retiring. And that's the whole problem with our political system is politicians should never retire. They should be voted out of office when they're no longer efficient doing their job. And they shouldn't be on a retirement program. They should be voted out on their butts. But anyway, so I guess that's my political spiel for the night there or morning. But anyways,
and again, I misspoke about Jordan. It was Portman. So yeah, I correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
Portman.
Yep. But anyway, but that goes for any politician. Like Nancy Pelosi, she shouldn't be looking to retire out of the Congress. She should have been voted out a long time ago when she was no longer effective. And but apparently her voters think that she is or whatever. But that's their opinion, and I guess no matter how wrong it is, they can stick to it. Oh, did I say that out loud? I hate when that happens. All right, Your Honor, before I get myself or you or anybody else in more trouble than I already have, you better go find an intelligent caller because this is getting bad quick. And then if you can't find one, we're going to end up doing sing along with horse feathers of old-time truck driving songs.
Uh-oh. I hope not on a Friday morning. You shouldn't have to come to that, right? But yeah, we got clear lines. It's 844-3388. All right, my old pal Big Ed, who's he's been known a time or two to stab a guy in the back. I've accused him over the years of having that silver-plated knife. He stuck it in my back on a time or two. But more recently, in some of his tirades on social media, he's been tagging me in them. I guess he did this on Wednesday. I didn't come across it till after the show this past morning. But he says, I have to admit, this is not fake news. It is as truthful as the truth can be told. My experience of recent trips was seeing this in Seattle, Washington, Portland, Oregon, and most recently, Reno, Nevada. In Seattle, going through the art district on the way to the cruise ship, these homeless folks were camping all over the place. I did have a photo of like one of the tent city areas that we're seeing, places around the country. Then as my friend and I were leaving after the cruise, there was one individual standing on a street corner screaming at everyone going down the street, or probably more like arguing with theirself. I'm sure there was a mental issue there. The reason for being homeless, going through the Portland area, they were camped everywhere alongside of the interstate. Now, while I was on the cruise ship, I met a few folks who lived in the Portland area. So I asked them about the homeless problems that they were experiencing. They were quick to put the blame on the politicians, and they felt it was due to the politicians not addressing the needs of some people and in neglecting the needs of some. It then manifested into neglecting the needs of a population as a whole, which gives strength to the argument it is a society problem, not an individual problem. Or is it a family problem, as some would say? Now, on my most recent trip to Reno, after getting laid over, I took up residence in the Circus Resort, hotel, motel, whatever you want to call it, for 24 hours. So knowing my brother, Bill Hutchinson, would not want to hang around a bunch of homeless people, when he went to take a nap, I got a pack of cigarettes and a big cup of coffee and took a stroll around the area. Now, homeless people, most of them like to smoke cigarettes, with exception to one individual. Yeah, most of the folks I visited with enjoyed talking while having a cigarette. Nothing like two people smoking and talking. And what else do you have to do when you're sitting on a bench, smoking and drinking coffee? I didn't even have to approach anyone. They'll approach you for the need to be heard. For some of the folks were homeless because of the high cost of living, medical, or no family who they felt could care less if they were alive or dead. Of course, there were a couple of them who didn't like it when I mentioned, well, might it be your family's tired of the BS that you dish out to them? Maybe that was the reason for their attitude about you, but like all people who can't seem to grasp the idea that maybe they're the problem, they were not receiving that thought. And of course, I didn't want to forget the mental case. Now, that individual didn't get a cigarette. There were a couple of people sitting there laughing at him. I asked, what's his issue? And they both piped up at the same time. They said, oh, he's here every day. Same thing with him. He's screaming and cussing at imaginary ghosts. You believe? Of course, security around the resorts are pretty diligent in keeping everyone moving. No loitering, you know? I had to actually show him my hotel room key just to sit on that bench. I did offer the security folks a smoke. To help calm their nerves. Of course, they didn't accept a cigarette. But when I left, the security people were still acting kind of nervous. And the homeless people thanked me for the cigarette and the conversation and kind of meandered off to a new bench, except for the mental guy. He was still cussing as he walked off. I could tell plenty more about the homeless people I visited with, but I'll keep that to myself. After all, if you want to get to the core of an issue, you need to get in the middle of it. So this election season, I say to the politicians, get out from behind your security-tight desk in your security-tight office, buy a pack of cigarettes, and get out amongst the people and figure out for your own what the problem is. Quit relying on these so-called experts who give you polls. No, those people might not have a lot of money, but they do have the power to vote. I don't know. Maybe that's how Joe Biden won the election. Maybe he bought a pack of cigarettes and went out among the homeless, and maybe just that's where all those ballots came from. I don't know. What say you, Steve Sommers? Interesting story, Ed, though, and you had not shared that with me, getting out amongst the people there in the homeless camps. But those homeless camps are springing up more and more all around the country. It is 844-844-3388 as we head into a Friday. Lines available, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. What's on your mind here on a Friday morning? Hope you've had a good week. Let's see. Not seeing a name on there. Is it Zach by chance?
Thanks, Steve.
Yes.
That's Sex Maniac.
Oh, okay. It says Zach. I kind of. Oh man, it's been a while, man. I'm looking at. According to the screen, it was April the last time we spoke with you.
Oh, yeah. I don't talk too much. I listen a lot, but I listen to all these politicians talk, and the only bad thing about them is what I liked about Trump. When Trump come in there, he said he was going to do this, do that. He did it. And all these other, whatever you want to call them, will come in and tell you what everybody wants to hear.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is they don't do what they say they're going to do. So, and I could do the same thing. Hell, I could go in there and say, hey, vote for me. I could do this for you.
Right.
You know, so it's just aggravating what they're doing. And I heard something about they're going to bring back up the speed limiters on the trucks.
Yeah, the FMCSA said next June that it's coming down next June.
Yeah, they're talking about that's for all trucks, even I guess owner operators and everything. The way they're talking.
Correct. Yep.
So it's going to be a nightmare. So. You know, like I say, I don't talk too much. I like to listen to everybody else, but I figure I'd call in and check in with you once in a while.
Well, that's good. I mean, did you have a health issue? Were you off the road for a while there, Maniac?
Yeah, I had some prostate cancer going on.
Oh.
So I went through a new radiation treatment they come out with there in Ohio and Cincinnati. It's where you go in for 5 over with.
Yeah.
So now I have to wait for like 3 or 4 months for the result to see if it's all starting to come back down. It takes about a year for it to come completely down where they want it, but it was pretty simple.
I remember when my dad had that, they implanted like these, I don't know, they called them like radioactive seeds or something in there.
Yeah. Well, this is something new they come out with. And before I listened to after you listen to them talk about the surgery, you just say, heck with that. I'd rather do the radiation, but this is a new type of radiation. You didn't even feel it. It comes close to you. It's a new machine they got out.
Mm-hmm.
It gets real close to you, but you don't feel a thing. It only takes 20, 25 minutes, and you're done every day for 5 days. So that's a new thing that come out in Ohio. Ohio's basically right now the only one in Cincinnati that's got this kind of machine. But, besides that, I've been doing pretty good.
All right.
Been
Well, that's
rolling up and down the road all night long up here on 65 going to Gary, Indiana.
okay. Well, that's good to hear. Hopefully everything works out well with the new technology. Well, thank you for checking in, Sex Maniac. Good to hear from you. You mentioned the whole speed limiter mandate. We touched on that a couple times as we. There's another. The FMCSA wants to get unfit motor carriers off the roads. I'm thinking, I thought that's been your duty from the get-go. In January, they're expected to publish an advanced notice of proposed rulemaking aimed at learning more effective ways to do that. Yeah, the notice of what they're calling safety fitness procedures is projected to be released on January 30th, according to the DOT, their latest significant rulemaking report. The FMCSA is seeking information on how they might use data and resources more effectively to identify unfit motor carriers and remove them from the nation's roadways. They will seek public comment about the use of available safety data, including inspection data, in determining carrier fitness to operate. They're also expected to seek public input on potential changes to the current 3-tier safety fitness rating structure, where they've got satisfactory, conditional, or unsatisfactory. That's expected to include a review of the list of federal motor carrier safety regulations that they use in their safety fitness methodology. Now, although the unfit motor carriers notice is expected in the coming months, it would still be a long time before they could issue a final rule, apparently, following the advance notice of rulemaking. The process requires a notice of proposed rulemaking and then a final rule. Each stage of that process also includes a public comment period. So that's why everything these guys do takes years to make their way through the process. Yeah, the other significant rulemakings they're talking about. They're working on the speed limiter mandate, and we touched last evening on they're also talking about an automatic emergency braking systems mandate. I believe that one was also supposed to come out early next year. The speed limiter deal, they're saying that's coming down the pike June of 2023. So there you go. All right, we'll get to Steve coming up here. Eskimo Mom's on board. Horse Feathers had a follow-up for Big Ed about the homeless thing, I'm guessing.
Yeah, are you with me?
Yeah, are you with me? Yeah.
So anyways, he kind of mentioned a couple cities. Now, I can mention Baltimore, and there's panhandlers pretty much on every major intersection out there looking for something. And the biggest group there probably is what they call the squeegee boys, who, from what I see most of the time, I wouldn't consider boys. But the latest issue that's in the news because of that, there was a guy that apparently they either wanted to wash his windshield or had washed his windshield, and he didn't want it done, so he wasn't wanting to donate to their cause. And there was some sort of altercation or whatever, and he ended up getting out of the car with a baseball bat and chased him around. Never hit anybody with the baseball bat. But one of the supposed alleged squeegee boys, who was 15 years old I'm not even sure, he might have been 14. I'm not sure either way, but it was either 14 or 15 at the time, pulled out a handgun, shot and killed him.
Oh boy.
So now we're having the debate whether this individual is going to be tried in juvenile court or if he should be charged as an adult for committing murder. And that's all in the process right now. But the thing is that if a lot of times they come up and wash your window without you wanting to do it, and if you don't give them money, they break your wipers off, or they kick your car, or scratch your car, or inflict damage on it. And the city's really not doing anything to get rid of this issue. But as I say, there's panhandlers on every, major street corner, and, they claim from being homeless to wanting to work for food or want money for food. And, if you try to hand them a sandwich, they don't want it. Apparently they're hungry and need money or want to work for it, but if you just try to hand them a sandwich, they won't take it from you.
They want money. It's all about the money. Yep. Yeah, in many cases. I'm sure there's some out there that would accept a meal, but most of them want cash. Yep.
So that's my take on what's going on in Baltimore here, and there's a story for you that how much of a problem it is, and the thing is this gentleman that actually lost his life, he actually worked for the same company my wife does, so it's kind of close, and it's not like and it's an engineering firm. I mean, it's just that when you're down in the city, it's a whole nother way of life, and I would assume most all the rest of the cities are that way too. I pretty much deal with that one in Philadelphia, and I forget who it called in there, but Philly Dan, isn't it? Is it Philly Dan that calls in, talks about Kensington Ave and that? Yeah, I used to have to drive up and down that all the time there a few years ago, and yeah, it's an impressive street to be on. Oh boy. But anyways, and hey, I want to give a shout out to Larry up there in just upstate out of New York City, New York, there up in Wallkill. I used to run up there, and I used to, if he's listening here, I'll give him some throwouts there. I used to run on the Double Deuce and 684, 9A, 9G, 9J. Used to run them all up there. So anyways, that's a shout out to Larry, and we'll let you go with that. And I don't know.
There you go.
Digging here.
We'll get our news break in right there. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
While visiting Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on Thursday, President Biden was asked if he's worried about Republicans winning back the House following the midterm elections. President Biden said he was, and he's afraid they'll cut Ukraine aid if they do.
Yeah, I am worried about that because they said they'll cut it.
The Russian invasion of Ukraine is in its 8th month. Back in August, the Biden administration said they will be sending another $3 billion in aid to Ukraine to train and equip their army. A new report shows more than 1 in 4 adults don't meet the WHO's recommended physical activity levels. According to the WHO report, close to 500 million people around the world will develop a disease due to lack of physical activity. The report found heart disease, diabetes, obesity, and other diseases will affect people, costing as much as $27 billion annually. Actor Kevin Spacey is being found not liable in a $40 million civil sex abuse case. Spacey was accused of making unwanted sexual advances against an actor in his New York City apartment back in 1986. Weather in the United States for the next 90 days looks hot and dry in the south and unknown in the north. That's according to the Climate Prediction Center's official winter forecast, which is heavily affected by La Nina. Typically, La Nina tends to bring a wetter winter to the northern United States. College enrollment is down for the third straight year. Data from the National Student Clearinghouse shows universities across the United States enrolled just over 1% fewer undergraduates between 2021 and 2022. The numbers from the report could still change by the end of the year. The Arizona Cardinals are hosting the New Orleans Saints in Thursday Night Football. That game can be seen on Amazon Prime. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
An investigation is continuing after a tragedy in Utah.
An Air Force jet crashed at the end of the runway near Salt Lake City, Utah on Wednesday. The F-35 crashed at Hill Air Force Base at the north end of the runway, the 388th Fighter Wing tweeted. The wing commander at the base confirmed the pilot ejected to safety and that no one else was harmed. One witness on Fox 13 in Utah.
Like, I was just watching it. I was in the right-hand lane, and then you just see it going down, and then it just hits that hill, and you just see it burst up in flames.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Death row inmate Benjamin Cole has been executed in Oklahoma. Cole was put to death Thursday morning after the Supreme Court denied last-minute appeals to spare his life. Cole was sentenced to death for murdering his 9-month-old daughter in 2002. Ohio Republican Senate candidate J.D. Vance is calling on President Joe Biden to finish building a wall along the southern border. Appearing on Fox News, Vance explains why he thinks it's important to Ohio residents.
It's really important to folks in Ohio, Bill, because the southern border is the way that the fentanyl that's coming into the state of Ohio kills a lot of our citizens. So we're actually the third state overall when it comes to fentanyl deaths. Certainly the economy and inflation are top of mind for a lot of voters, but people also want their communities to be safe. They want their children to be safe from this poison that the cartels are bringing in.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My clue. Back at it on a Friday. What do you say? Let's take care of our $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway as we've teamed up with TNC Radio.live. That's right, your chance to win $1,000. You need a keyword. Here's our first keyword on a Friday morning. Debt. D-E-B-T. How much debt could you pay off if you want $1,000 cash? There you go. Simply go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app in this nationwide contest. Enter the keyword debt, D-E-B-T. We'll have another keyword coming your way in a couple of hours on a Friday morning. Additional keywords, 10 a.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Time each workday. And good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret. $1,000. There you go. All right, promised we'd get back to the calls here. Steve checks in this morning. What's happening, Steve?
Hey, Steve. Good morning. Happy Friday.
Yeah, yes. Happy Friday.
Yeah, a little warmer than yesterday. It's 57, so a little warmer than yesterday morning.
And it's still a little bit cool for Florida standards, though, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's going to be warming up. This is the last day of this.
Yeah.
It's going to be warming up nice for the weekend. Steve, I sent you an article from the New York Post. Do you remember when the Democrats, screaming and jumping up and down about Texas and Florida sending those migrants to New York City?
Absolutely.
How it was a humanitarian crisis.
Yes.
You remember that?
Absolutely.
Well, I sent you an article, Steve, that I found pretty interesting because a couple nights ago I was listening to one of my favorite conservative stations on Sirius, and they actually have I guess you'd call them kind of like a tent city, but an encampment for these migrants with telephones and couches and Xboxes and flat screen televisions, and they're being housed in there, and they're getting 3 meals a day. Not just any meal, Steve, but they're kind of most of them are from Caribbean and South America and Mexico. So they're cooking them food that they like, whether it's tacos or tortillas or whatever. 3 meals a day. Steve, our hard-earned taxpayer dollars, billions and billions of dollars are being funded to house these people in these type of environments. While in the meantime, right next door, there's a homeless encampment in New York City. So we got Americans sleeping on the streets. 1% of our population is homeless, Steve. About 3 million Americans are on the streets, and about 1 million of them are families, moms with children, a mom, a dad, the kids sleeping in the car. But we can't take care of our own people and put our taxpayer dollars to work for that. But we'll open the border up and we'll house these migrants and treat them better than our own citizens. Does that make any sense to anybody?
Something wrong with that picture, huh?
Steve, it's just disgusting. Disgusting what's going on in this country. And it's all got to do with the Democrats. It's all got to do with the Democrats. You know, San Diego is a beautiful city, or used to be. There was a Republican mayor down there in San Diego. They had a bad homeless situation down there, and he pretty much cleaned it up. And what he did, Steve, it's basically a 3-step process. Most of these people on the streets have mental issues.
Right.
About 70% of them have mental problems. Some of them have been kicked out of the house, they got divorced, whatever, however they got to the street. But here's the thing. They found out that if they don't get a hold of these people within 12 months of being on the street, the longer they're out there, the harder it is to get them off the street, because they feel they can't, just mesh with society.
Can't assimilate.
They can't be a normal. Yes, they can't be a normal part of society. It's harder and harder the longer they stay out there. So this mayor, what he did was he gave these people mental health counseling, anything they needed for their mental health. You know, they went and see doctors and psychiatrists and so forth. They were put on medication. They were given housing vouchers. They were given medical treatment for whatever they needed. And the other thing is, Steve, with the housing vouchers, they had to go into some kind of job training that the city paid for. So they had to get a job in order to get the housing voucher. They just didn't give them the voucher. So basically, they cleaned up the homeless situation in San Diego, and it went down significantly. But Steve, 2 years ago, a Democratic mayor came into San Diego, and he cut all those programs out, got rid of them. So now San Diego has got a bad homeless situation again. L.A., there's 65,000 people living on the streets in Los Angeles. Portland, Seattle, like Big Ed was talking about, New York, they're everywhere.
Yep.
And the thing is, there's a solution to it. But if we're giving our money, our tax dollars, to migrants who, first of all, are here illegally, you know, I've got nothing against people immigrating to the United States of America, but there's a process. And right now, there is no process. It's broken. So if they would concentrate on our citizens and our veterans, especially that are on the streets. Steve, there's a ton of veterans that are homeless.
Yep.
And our government is giving our damn money to house these illegal immigrants who are here illegally, against the law. I mean, my God. I don't know, Steve. It's just, you know, the more you read every day, you know, I try to stay away from the news. I don't watch the news on television at all. But I get some good articles, you know, here and there. And when these things come up, it's just like you shake your head and you're like, my God, you know, do they really care about America? Do they really care about the American citizen? They don't. They don't care about us. And they don't care about the homeless that are on the streets. You know, I don't know. Even if we take control of the House and the Senate, you know, there's got to be people that advocate for these people to come up with solutions to curb this problem. You know, not just throw money at migrants. So, anyway, that's basically what I wanted to talk about. And I wanted to know if you ended up watching that video of that town hall meeting that reprobate AOC had the other night.
I watched just a little bit of it. So, you know, when she sat down on the edge of the stage there, just kind of started dancing or getting to the beat with the protesters or whatever.
Did you hear those people in the room? Those are her constituents in Queens,
Yep.
New York.
Yep. Saying AOC has got.
They want her out of there.
Yep.
Yep. She's another one that needs to go. They all need to go. I don't care who's on the ballot, Steve. If it's got an R behind it, you better vote for it. It really doesn't matter at this point. Because anything with a D behind its name is just bad news. Like that Stacey Abrams in Georgia. I mean, some of the things that she is saying, she's one of the worst. The worst. But I think Brian Kemp's going to just mop the floor with her. That's if people in Georgia are, awake. And I think they are.
I hope they are, because you can't help but wonder. You go back a couple of years ago, we saw what happened with the runoff election. I mean, you had 2 Democrats that won in the runoff there.
Yeah. Well, we're not even going to get into that, Steve, because we don't want to get you in trouble.
Right.
So with that, you have a great weekend, sir, and we'll holler at you later.
I appreciate you taking the time to check in here Friday morning. What he's talking about, that tent city, I guess you'd call it. Yeah, New York unveiling the, quote, controversial tent city earlier this week. The mayor, Eric Adams, detailing how migrants staying there will be given 3 meals a day, fluff and fold laundry service, and an array of entertainment, including television and video games. This is a place people can come, rest, relax, kick their feet up after the journey they've been on, says the emergency management commissioner there in New York. This facility is on Randall's Island. An initial wave of 500 single men slated to start moving in this past day, or that would have been Wednesday. But while he called it a short-term solution for people to figure out what their next destination will be, officials acknowledged that no one will get kicked out for staying beyond the goal of just 4 days. They wanted to come in and be making plans. Where's your next destination going to be? And I quote, "Our focus is to get you where you want to go and not put a numerical limit in terms of numbers of hours to restrict anything." Now, Adams has previously said that no deadline would be imposed, in part because the city is struggling with a shortage of shelter space due to the ongoing flood of migrants, which reached 20,500 arrivals as of last Sunday. Some aspects of the setup seem actually designed to encourage long-term occupancy. The rotating menu of grub cooked on site in a fully equipped commercial kitchen. The meals are culturally appropriate. It is South American fare. The folks have already been providing food, which is great. Crews, including myself, have been eating for the past couple of weeks, he says. In addition, snacks will be provided. Coffee, tea, and water will be available around the clock. More than 60 dining tables are set up in a tent that also houses a recreation room with a couple of popcorn machines, televisions, Xbox game consoles, ping pong and foosball tables, board games, and a bank of 12 phones that can be used to make international calls. The entire site is equipped with Wi-Fi, heating and cooling units expected to keep the temperature in all 3 tents at about 70 degrees. Adams skipped Tuesday's news conference, with City Hall later saying he did so because he had toured the facility on Monday night. But he initially announced on September 22nd that the tent city would be built in the Orchard Beach parking lot in the Bronx, but with construction nearly complete, the site was abandoned after heavy rains flooded that area on October 3rd, and the facility was being relocated to the parking lot at Icon Stadium on Randall's Island. They did reveal the partial price tag on Tuesday, saying it cost about $325,000 to demobilize from Orchard Beach and another $325,000 to set up this facility. The rest of the cost, well, we're still analyzing right now. We don't know how many people we're going to be caring for, and a lot of costs are variable. So many of these ongoing costs that we're figuring out. There you go. With all those amenities of home, well, really, who would want to leave? You got to ask. Eskimo Mom, good morning. Happy Friday, or hump day for you.
Oh, thank you very much, Steve. What I wanted to call about was yesterday you read about the article down in Georgia where there was an extra vote that was
Yes.
that was added,
Mm-hmm.
and that's part of the reason why we have all the checks and balances that we have with the you've got to have your photo ID in many states. You've got to have you got to have your name written in a book, and then you know, how many of your names that's in that book, or how many names. It's like if there's 50 names, it should be 50 votes, and it sounds like the checks and balances worked out great down there. But I'm not, and I just found out yesterday that I'm going to be one of the greeters come and where I work my polling location on November 8th. I mean, because they're going to they're expecting at least a 50% turnout, if not higher. Especially with this race coming up, and people still have time to be able to figure out who they want to vote for. But people need to do their research and not listen to the political hype, not listen to the ads. They need to go to the newspapers that have already voted or have already interviewed the candidates. They need to go and they need to read all the sources they can on it before they walk into that polling location.
Right. Do your due diligence. Right. You can't go by the campaign ads. You need to go look at what their actual platform is, and if they've got a record, what their record is.
Yes, like for example, with Tim Ryan and the Ohio race, he's been in the House for the last 20 years. Well, guess what? He's got a record, and you can actually look that up, and you can see if you want to go with him or if you want to go with J.D. Vance, and then that's just one example. I've got a friend of mine that his wife was seeing all these campaign ads, and she was just starting to believe the hype for that, and instead of seeing the hype, but then going to the sources and seeing, okay, what's the actual truth.
Sadly, the majority of people will not do their due diligence. They'll vote based on radio, television ads, and things of that nature, or what their friends say. But yeah. Yep. Well, Eskimo Mom, thanks for checking in. Have a good hump day for you, and we'll do our best to enjoy our weekend. Right? What's going on, Double R?
Morning, Steve. How you doing?
Not half bad. How about yourself?
Well, we're recuperating, I should say. Been off work for 2 weeks, Anita and myself, and we went camping down in Fort Payne, Alabama, and then come back, and Lord and behold, as she and myself didn't end up getting the COVID.
Really? Wow.
So, oh my God, yeah, it's rough. And anyhow, I just basically called in to, Steve, on this deal with this FMCSA, I think a good starting point would be all these free license and free jobs that they give all these damn illegal immigrants and all these foreigners, sticking their asses in a damn semi and say, here's your job, go to work, because all they've got is just one speed, and that's to the floor and let it go, They don't give a almost slipped. They don't give a crap. They don't give a crap who they run over or who's in their way. They're going to, and it's the honest truth. I mean, I've been out here driving truck. I've been out here 44 years, and I'm about ready to give it up because I'm getting sick of this crap. They block you in. They try to run you over. They don't give a rat's ass about you or anybody else. It's all about them, and it's wrong. And I think that'd be a good starting point to, start investigating all that stuff, So, but And another reason why I called in, I wanted to give Horse Feathers, let them know that we're on our way up to Michigan right now, and then I'm loading out of Michigan tomorrow or today, and I'm headed for out west. So if everything goes well, I might be able to get his fire hose or whatever he was wanting. So.
Okay.
But I wanted to throw it at him and let him know. So, but I'll give him a holler later on today, I guess. So, but we're out here listening, Steve, and I'm not much for talking tonight, so I apologize.
That's all right. Is this your first round with COVID, or have you had is it second? Oh, really? First time?
Well, no, actually, it's my second. The first time I thought I was going to end up dying in the truck. I mean, it took a toll on me. And then this time here, it seems like it's a little bit worse. It's more in the lower part of my back. You know, it feels like somebody just beat the hell out of me with a baseball bat. And Anita's the same way. And then, of course, you know our neighbors, Jim and Brenda. And, well, they went camping, too, and they took their camper. Well, they ended up with it, too.
Wow.
So I don't know what it was, but anyhow, we're on a rebound of healing, and I'm feeling a little better myself. I just, and Anita, we're bouncing back. We're just it's a slow process, but we're doing well. And anyhow, there was something else I wanted to say, and I done spaced it. I'll remember. I'll call you back. But anyhow. I'm out here listening to you, my brother, and I know what I wanted to say. It's very sad about little John.
Oh yeah,
that is a shame. That is an absolute shame. So, our cruise, one of our cruising icons is something we'll have to remember the rest of our lives. So anyhow. But listen, Steve, I'll let you go. Let somebody else get in, and I'm listening to you. And if I think of anything else, I'll give you a jingle, my friend.
I hope you get to feeling better soon. That ain't no fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, you and Anita both. Get well soon. All right, about a minute before we hit news break. If you had to wager a guess, which state do you think would have the most confrontational drivers on the road? According to the Forbes Advisor Road Rage survey, I would have never guessed Utah tops the list. The most confrontational drivers on the road. Recent survey of 5,000 drivers across the nation. Forbes Advisor identifying the states with the most confrontational drivers and the least confrontational drivers as well. Top 10 on each end, which we'll break that down for you coming up. Big Sexy's on board, after which we've got clear lines there at 844-3388. So we'll take care of the news break and come back with more as we roll into a Friday. Here come the weekend. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Former President Mike Pence suggested he might not be supporting his ex-boss, former President Donald Trump, if he's picked to be the Republican nominee for president in 2024.
If Donald Trump is the Republican nominee for president, will you vote for him? Well, there might be somebody else I'd prefer more.
Pence made these statements at Georgetown University. The Pentagon has announced that it will assist service members and their dependents with some abortion costs, including travel and transportation, but not for the actual procedure. New York is vowing to fight rats. Starting on April 1st, 2023, New Yorkers will be fined for putting their trash on the curb before 8 p.m. in the latest attempt to curb the city's rampant rat population. This is USA Radio News.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, good morning to our friend Rick there in Columbus. That's his name, Rick Friend. Can we call you a friend there, Rick? There you go. On your first cup of coffee, I see. Well, that was 30 minutes ago. You're probably on cup 2 by now at least. All right, let me get back to the calls here. Big Sexy been hanging in there. Morning, Big Sexy. What's happening? Happy Friday, by the way.
Yeah, it's Thursday for me.
Thursday for you.
I still got to work tomorrow.
Yeah.
But happy Friday to you. Did you see those 2 stories I sent you? What is wrong with these people and parents?
The mom that was doing drugs, taking nude photos, and let her kid drown. That one.
Yeah, that one, and then there was the one that was in Alabama, and then there was one in Texas. They had moved from Louisiana. The teen twins. It was teens, the boy and the girl that had them handcuffed and all that, and they escaped and was going door to door, and finally they got somebody to answer the door at 5 a.m. and it was a nurse who took care of them, called the police, and took pictures to document their injury. And it showed some of the pictures in that story of the wrist and all that were cut into the wrist and bruised them up real bad. I mean, what is wrong with these parents?
Yep.
Makes you wonder what's going on these days.
There's a lot of demented people in our society, aren't there?
Yeah, there is. But I wanted to touch base on that, and that Mississippi's still way down. I seen a deal, you know how they can track flights? There's an app for that. There's also one that tracks vessels on water. And there's a whole bunch of the barges and stuff up north, and a lot down about midways of, Mississippi and on down toward Louisiana. A lot of them stacked up down there, but they ain't hardly anything between there and, through Memphis and all that. It's real low. I don't know if you've seen that one story where the barges there at Osceola that points at grain and rice was sitting on the ground.
Yep.
And that chute that comes off the river, to the port there's no water. They can't get them in there and out. But that's what I want to touch base on. Wondering what's going on with some of these parents out there today. I don't see how anybody could treat their kids like that. They need to take them out and do them what was done to the kids.
Yeah. That was a pretty,
I'll let you get on.
Sick story. Something like a horror. That's something out of a Hollywood Halloween horror film. A couple of people sent me links to that one. Yeah, I guess this was on Wednesday morning. Yeah, the two teens had been essentially locked in a laundry room, handcuffed. They were boy and girl twins. I think 16 years old, as he said. And they were able to escape the home. And they had tried to escape the prior evening and got caught or whatever. And the mom beat hell out of them. And you could. They had photos. It was kind of graphic, where they had the handcuffs on the arms all tore up, where they were trying to get out of the handcuffs. What is wrong with people? Meanwhile, let's see, on a brighter note, this came down the line. I didn't catch it till right after the show ended yesterday morning, but I guess the announcement came down late Wednesday. LTL carrier Yellow Corporation announcing they plan to consolidate the operations of its New Penn and Holland regional carriers with the YRC Freight National Network, part of a multi-year plan to build a super regional carrier providing 1 to 2 day deliveries across the nation. They said they're going to combine 22 terminal locations operated by New Penn, Holland, and YRC Freight in the East, Midwest, and parts of the South. Yellow will also create 35 short-haul velocity distribution centers and reduce their terminal network by 19 terminals. New Penn operates in the Northeast. Holland operates in the Midwest. Operations in the South are kind of an amalgam of legacy networks. Under the plan, though, they say Yellow will create 998 utility driver positions that will support the new Velocity Center operations. Those drivers will travel about 175 miles to and from the new distribution centers. That would allow drivers to return home after each tour of duty. Utility drivers will be allowed to work across the 3 operating companies, they say. Current New Penn and Holland drivers would become utility drivers. Current drivers essentially perform the same tasks that would be required of the proposed utility drivers. One key difference, they say, is that the utility drivers would be paid by the hour, while the current drivers are actually paid by the mile. This long-planned announcement, the second phase of Yellow's three-phase strategy to establish a super-regional carrier operating under the Yellow brand. They plan to go to market with a streamlined model that will eliminate duplicate operations while offering an expedited LTL pickup and delivery service. All these announcements Wednesday would affect 62% of Yellow's terminal network. Now, the first phase, implemented about 5 weeks ago, consolidated the Western operations of YRC Freight with Western regional carrier Redaway. And as we've heard from some of our listening friends, a.k.a. Heatwave, that works out in that region, he made it sound as though this first phase was not being implemented very smoothly at all. Now, that change affected 26% of Yellow's terminals. The third and last phase has not yet been announced. All right, of course, being under the National Master Freight Agreement with the Teamsters, had to file their change of operations with the union. Under the contract, a company has the right to implement these changes. Management has to meet with the union to discuss the proposal. The labor has pretty substantial input into how the changes are executed. However, the Teamsters have very little power to block the implementation, they say. Now, no date has been set for a hearing between the company and the Teamsters to discuss the New Penn, Holland, and YRC Freight consolidation, nor has a date been set for the implementation. But executives are hopeful that this proposal would be implemented by the end of this year. So here it is, October 21st. There's only a couple months left. So I wonder how some of our New Penn operators and Holland operators feel about that particular announcement on late Wednesday. All right, back to our most confrontational drivers on the road. Utah topped the list there. According to the Forbes Advisor, top 10 most confrontational states to drive in. Delaware at number 10, Washington at number 9, Indiana, followed by Maryland, Nevada, New Mexico at number 5, Oklahoma at number 4, Colorado number 3, Missouri is number 2, and then obviously Utah topping the list. What do they mean by confrontational? It's people that are going to honk the horn, make rude gestures, like, hey, you're number 1, all that good stuff. The least confrontational drivers can be found, they say, in the following states. Tennessee at number 10, South Carolina at number 9, Georgia, followed by Virginia. Texas came in at number 6, New York at number 5. When you think New York, I guess undoubtedly you'd have a lot of, very rude, confrontational drivers there in New York City. But New York's a much larger state than just New York City. At number 4 was Florida. Michigan comes in at number 3, Pennsylvania at number 2, and North Dakota, the least confrontational drivers. What do you think about that list? Our number, 844-844-3388 on a Friday morning. I believe that would be Eagle on board. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it looked like the computer got my name right tonight. Hey, Steve, I'm not going, like I say, I'm not going to say too much about this because I don't want to have no problems with YouTube and all that. But all I'm going to say about this new vaccine recommendation is, let me put it this way. Like my grandfather used to say, if they don't want you to talk about it, then there's something that they don't want you to know. That's all I'm going to say to people. You take it for that. That's all that's all I can say at this point. And believe me, I don't like it, but that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes in America now, Steve. But let me talk about something right quick before I get on to the politics deal with NASCAR. NASCAR is killing. They say I've been telling you this for the last couple of weeks, Steve. They're losing fan after fan after fan. People are not tuning their TV out. And the latest thing goes down with Bubba Wallace, what he did last Sunday, where he tried to run a man into the wreck. Well, he did wreck a man traveling at 150, 160 miles an hour in a car that's already been proven to not be safe for the drivers. It's already got one driver that has to retire from the sport, Kurt Busch, and another driver that's under concussion protocol right now, and other drivers that have had problems with the hard collisions. And yet NASCAR, there's all kind of video out there. The guy lied and said that he lost control of his vehicle, that he didn't have no steering, and they proved that with the technology that they have. And then they showed where he had he hit the foot, he put his foot in the accelerator to try to hit the other car. He said Bubba Wallace said he had no control of the car. Yet NASCAR only suspended this man for one race. There's 3 races left in the season. Bubba Wallace should have been suspended for the remainder of the season for what he did. Plus, he attacked another man. He assaulted another man, pushed him, and shoved him, and started to start a fight. That's not a good look for NASCAR, and they still made the wrong decision. So, like I said, they're going to continue to lose fans, Steve, and they done it to nobody but themselves. And but when they go out of business, which is probably going to happen, because they're already talking about having problems finding sponsors for the drivers and this and that. So it's just a matter of time before NASCAR will be non-existent as far as I'm concerned, and that might not be a bad thing. But let me get on to this other deal, Steve, with the politics. This other guy, another person that they got to put a stop to is Stacey Abrams. I talked to you before about the other lady that's on MSNBC named Joy Reid. Joy Reid is nothing but a racist. She sees everything. She doesn't like white people, just to put it point blank. Joy Reid, and I think anybody who's ever watched her, you can clearly see that. And now they got another black woman that's in Georgia, Stacey Abrams, that's running for governor of the state of the state of Georgia. This woman here is nothing but a racist. Everything with this woman is black and white. She doesn't see, that's the only 2 colors she sees in her life is black and white. And you can't have somebody like that in government and running things, because if it was a white woman doing the same thing, they'd be raising all kind of hell about it if it was a white woman who had the same opinion towards blacks. I'm just fed up with these people, Steve, that's getting into politics. And you read a story earlier about the immigrants. They rolling out the red carpet for these people, Steve. They giving these people hotel rooms, food, clothing, water. These are illegal. These people are illegal in the USA. They didn't come to the USA the right way. They came to the U.S. illegally. Yet, here's the problem I have, Steve. You got military veterans. You got men that have fought for this country in the Vietnam War, Korean War, Afghanistan, you name it. And these guys are living under cardboard boxes, under bridges all over America. I see it every day when I'm driving my truck. When I pull off at a underpass and you see a man in a wheelchair, you might see a guy in a wheelchair with a sign in his hand saying Vietnam vet, and the government won't give this guy not one dime, Steve. This man here fought for this USA, and now he's sitting in a wheelchair, unable to walk, and with not a dime in his pocket, and yet another man can come to this country illegally and get a free room, board, you name it. Something is not right about that situation. Something is just not right. And if you call yourself an American, people that listen to me tonight, you know it's not right, and something needs to be done about it. Joe Biden was on television once again yesterday, Steve, telling more lies up in Pennsylvania about the oil prices, about opening up all these the oil reserves. this guy here, man, these Democrats are so desperate, but it's too late now, Steve. And, you know, like I told you last night, here's the thing that really upsets me the most about it, and other people have said the same thing, Steve. We're sitting on all kind of oil right now in the USA, and this guy here still will not allow these people to open these oil. And then he had the nerve to say, didn't he say the other day, Steve, that he tried to put the blame off on them and say that these people, the oil companies, are not doing what they need to do. And you know, he tried to put the blame off on them. That shows you what kind of a man this guy is. He can't even, you know, it's bad enough he's doing the wrong thing, and yet he still tries to put it off on other people. But like I say, in the long run, you already know, Steve, people like me and you, we gonna pay the cost in the long run. And when you pull up to a gas pump and you see $6 or $7 on that fuel pump, because that's gonna happen real soon, I know who to blame. And his name, and he doesn't live in Russia, and his name is not Vladimir Putin, Mr. Joe Biden. Since you want to continue, you can blame him. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle, have a great weekend. Thanks for touching base there on a Friday morning, and then plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, do that. We've got lines available here on a Friday. Well, all kind of turmoil in the UK. See the new Prime Minister, what's her name, Liz Truss? I mean, she didn't make it 45 days, announcing this past day she's going to resign. That's one headline. I think the bigger story is the concerns. There's a cold, hard winter on the horizon. And with the loss of the Russian energy, the natural gas, things of that nature, I think they're pretty much, the handwriting is on the wall. People are going to be losing power, and they're going to be having a difficult time heating their homes to get through the upcoming winter. And this kind of seals the deal. The London Guardian said the BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, has actually prepared scripts to be read on the air in the event that energy shortages cause blackouts or the loss of gas supplies this winter. The scripts, again, seen by the Guardian, set out how the corporation would reassure the public in the event of a, quote, major loss of power that would cause mobile phone networks, internet access, banking systems or traffic lights to fail across England, Wales, and Scotland. Now, they say Northern Ireland would not be affected because their electric grid is shared with the Republic of Ireland. But the public would be advised to use car radios or battery-powered receivers to listen to emergency broadcasts on FM and long-wave frequencies that are usually reserved for Radio 2 and Radio 4. One draft BBC script warns that a blackout could last for up to 2 days, with hospitals and police placed under extreme pressure. Another says, quote, the government has said its hoped power will be restored in the next 36 to 48 hours. Different parts of Britain will start to receive intermittent supplies before then. It is understood they were written by BBC journalists as part of a routine emergency planning to deal with hypothetical scenarios. They include local details for the different region and nations of Britain. In a national emergency, the BBC has a formal role in helping spread information across the country as part of the government's civil contingencies planning. The broadcaster's governance framework states, if it appears to any UK government minister that an emergency has arisen, the minister may request that the BBC broadcast or otherwise distribute any announcement or other program. The government works with the BBC as part of their emergency planning process, although it's not clear whether they had any input on putting these scripts together. A spokesperson says the government is confident that this is not a scenario that we're going to face this winter. The BBC said they did not comment on its emergency broadcasting plans, but ministers have been at pains to try and reassure businesses and households that blackouts are not likely. However, the National Grid, which oversees supplies in Great Britain, has issued a rare warning that power supplies indeed could be at risk. They said in a worst-case scenario, they could order planned blackouts for up to 3 hours per day in the event that Russia cuts off all gas supplies to Europe. Well, winter times are coming. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
While visiting Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on Thursday, President Biden was asked if he's worried about Republicans winning back the House following the midterm elections. President Biden said he was, and he's afraid they'll cut Ukraine aid if they do.
Yeah, I am worried about that because they said they'll cut it.
The Russian invasion of Ukraine is in its 8th month. Back in August, the Biden administration said they will be sending another $3 billion in aid to Ukraine to train and equip their army. A new report shows more than 1 in 4 adults don't meet the WHO's recommended physical activity levels. According to the WHO report, close to 500 million people around the world will develop a disease due to lack of physical activity. The report found heart disease, diabetes, obesity, and other diseases will affect people costing as much as $27 billion annually. Actor Kevin Spacey is being found not liable in a $40 million civil sex abuse case. Spacey was accused of making unwanted sexual advances against an actor in his New York City apartment back in 1986. Weather in the United States for the next 90 days looks hot and dry in the south and unknown in the north. That's according to the Climate Prediction Center's official winter forecast, which is heavily affected by La Nina. Typically, La Nina tends to bring a wetter winter to the northern United States. College enrollment is down for the 3rd straight year. Data from the National Student Clearinghouse shows universities across the United States enrolled just over 1% fewer undergraduates between 2021 and 2022. The numbers from the report could still change by the end of the year. The Arizona Cardinals are hosting the New Orleans Saints in Thursday Night Football. That game can be seen on Amazon Prime. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
An investigation is continuing after a tragedy in Utah.
An Air Force jet crashed at the end of the runway near Salt Lake City, Utah on Wednesday. The F-35 crashed at Hill Air Force Base at the north end of the runway, the 388th Fighter Wing tweeted. The wing commander at the base confirmed the pilot ejected to safety and that no one else was harmed. One witness on Fox 13 in Utah.
Like, I was just watching it. I was in the right-hand lane, and then you just see it going down, and then it just hits that hill, and you just see it burst up in flames.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Death row inmate Benjamin Cole has been executed in Oklahoma. Cole was put to death Thursday morning after the Supreme Court denied last-minute appeals to spare his life. Cole was sentenced to death for murdering his 9-month-old daughter in 2002. Ohio Republican Senate candidate J.D. Vance is calling on President Joe Biden to finish building a wall along the southern border. Appearing on Fox News, Vance explains why he thinks it's important to Ohio residents.
It's really important to folks in Ohio, Bill, because the southern border is the way that the fentanyl that's coming into the state of Ohio kills a lot of our citizens. So we're actually the 3rd state overall when it comes to fentanyl deaths. Certainly the economy and inflation are top of mind for a lot of voters, but people also want their communities to be safe. They want their children to be safe from this poison that the cartels are bringing in.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, welcome into a Friday. There you go. Crossover the midnight hour on the Pacific time zone. It is the 21st day of October. 10 days till Halloween. How about that? It's a weeknight, huh? It's not like it's on a Monday night. I think it's a Monday or a Tuesday, something like that. Kind of sucks for the kids when Halloween comes up on a school night, you know. All right, that's the way things break down. Let me quickly get back. I don't know how concerned we would be here in the U.S. for things that are transpiring elsewhere, other side of the world. Our friends in the U.K. and whatnot. But talking about the whole power grid thing. Yeah, and when I look at this, if you will pay attention, the direction this administration has this country going down. You got Gavin Newsom in California. Full steam ahead. Eliminate the internal combustion engine. We got to go green. We got to go green. Keep in mind, the UK, they are several years ahead of where we are, going to this whole Green Deal. Got to go green. We got to go solar. We got to go wind turbines, all that business. So what we are seeing take place over there, if we continue on this path, if things don't change, this will be us in the next 2-3 years, if not sooner, based on the way things are going. Take you back to Monday of this week, the National Grid Chief, the power grid. The chief went further and said that if everything that could go wrong did, we'll be facing rolling blackouts between 4 and 7 p.m. on really, really cold days in January and February when the wind speeds are too low for the power turbines, relying on the wind. If the wind ain't blowing, you ain't got no juice all of a sudden. Now back to the BBC's draft scenario that suggests in a national blackout, they would run a greatly reduced temporary radio service from the UK's Emergency Broadcast Centre called the EBC that's based in a rural location not acknowledged by the BBC. This would provide half-hourly news bulletins on what they call Radio 4's FM and long-wave frequencies, and a music service with news updates on the FM spectrum used by Radio 2. One scenario used in some of these scripts assumes that Maine's electricity is available in only a few lightly populated parts of Scotland, the Western Isles, Orkney and Shetland, and maybe some parts of the Highlands. One scenario says the draft scripts for the on-air news bulletins include space for a quote from a cabinet office minister, which the scripts have a fictitious name of Jose Rivera. The scripts report that these blackouts would affect gas supply systems, knock out mobile phone networks, cash points, and in other words, ATMs and internet access. Traffic lights would stop working, causing disruption on the roadways. One script written in what they call a hypothetical news bulletin warns, quote, the emergency services are under extreme pressure. People are being advised not to contact them unless absolutely necessary. It states that in Wales, an emergency coordination center has been set up, while in Scotland, the First Minister, they name him Nicola Sturgeon, is chairing the developed government's emergency planning meeting. It goes on to say officials are saying that there's no current risk to food supply and disruptions, but they are asking people to look out for their vulnerable neighbors and relatives. I mean, this is a part of the cost of going green. It's not all based on that. I understand a lot of it has to do with, Russia may be totally cutting off their gas supplies. I mean, they're running at dramatically reduced supplies from Russia as we speak. But now back to this side of the pond. Here in the U.S., across the country, families right now are looking at our coming winter with dread as energy costs soar and our fuel supplies tighten. The Department of Energy is projecting sharp price increases for home heating compared with last winter. And some are concerned whether the heating assistance programs are going to be able to make up the difference for struggling families. Now, as I just mentioned, the situation is even darker in Europe, with Russia's continued curtailment of natural gas pushing their prices upward. Painful shortages already being seen there. But here in the U.S., in the state of Maine, Aaron Ramos saw the writing on the wall and started stocking up on heating oil with 5-gallon increments over the summer as the costs began to creep upward. He would fill a container with heating oil as he could afford it, usually on paydays, and used a heating assistance program to top off his 275-gallon oil tank as the colder weather arrives. Our family's trying to avoid being forced into a difficult situation. That is, choosing between food or heating our home, he says. It's a hard one. What are you going to choose for food? Or what amount of fuel oil are you going to choose to stay warm? A number of factors are converging to create this. Global energy consumption has rebounded from the start of the pandemic, and supply was barely keeping pace before this whole Ukraine war further reduced supplies. The National Energy Assistance Director says energy cost will be the highest in more than a decade here in the U.S. this winter. The Energy Department is projecting, pretty much telling us right now, our heating bills will jump 28% this winter for those who rely on natural gas, that's used by nearly half the homes in this country for heat. Heating oil is projected to be 27% higher. Electricity is projected to be 10% higher. That is from our own Energy Department. All this as inflation rates have accelerated, consumer prices growing 6.6% last month, the fastest such pace in 40 years. Now, this pain is going to be especially acute for our friends in New England, where they're heavily reliant on heating oil to keep their homes warm. It is projected to cost more than $2,300 to heat a typical home with heating oil this winter. So says the Energy Department. Now, all around the country, some are urging utilities to implement a moratorium on shutting off people in the winter months. Members of Congress have already added $1 billion in heating aid for their assistance program, but there will be a lot fewer federal dollars this year versus last year. Well, last year they had all that pandemic aid that was flowing into those programs. But you know, when they implement those, all right, we're not going to shut your gas off or your electric in December or January or February, but you know what? Your bills are still piling up. At what point, when spring rolls around and you owe thousands of dollars to these utilities, that's what many in this country are potentially facing as we head into the winter. All right, get back to the calls here. Who we got? Is that the one Mac Stack?
What?
It says Rich Mac Shack.
Oh my God, Steve. I don't know. What are you looking at over there? Bass Aquas. How you been doing, Steve?
You know, you crossed my mind the other day. I was thinking, it's been an awful long time since we've heard from Bass Aquas. What's been happening, brother?
I don't know, Steve. I'm down here in Nohur's land, Sonora, Texas, down here on the borderline of Mexico and Texas here.
Yeah.
Ain't nothing out here but snakes and lizards. Pretty boring out here. I just thought I'd give you a call. Every once in a while, the wife give it up early, a few guys nights, and I get on here. A lot of times I get to listen to you, but it's like, you got 30, 45 minutes left in the show. By the time I get on there, you're already off anyway. So I thought I'd give you a ring, see how you're doing.
I'm doing all right, plugging away. How's life treating you? So you're staying busy, but you're sleeping nights, so the wife's driving nights, in other words.
Right. Well, that's kind of what she prefers, so I let her do it. So she is the boss.
Uh-huh.
She does better staying up at night anyway. It works out pretty good. I just missed the show. That's about the worst part of it. Other than that, everything's going good. I was looking at your Facebook the other day, and I just got to wondering, you still got your fingers?
Still have my what?
You still got your fingers?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, why do you ask?
My gosh, you took Lisa out to eat there, and I'm looking at that chef in front of you. Man, you got pretty wild with that spatula. I just wondered if you had any fingers left.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, the knife he was using must have been, he was cutting through those steaks and chicken with that knife like they were hot butter.
Yeah, like hot butter. He looked like he knew what he was doing there,
Yeah, he did.
Looked like y'all had a good time anyway. Hey, talking about that prime minister over there, 42 days. What in the heck has she done to be gone in 42 days?
Oh man, it's.
I mean, I didn't catch the whole story on that. I mean, had to be something, you know. I mean, way out there for 42 days and already gone.
Yeah, I guess they're calling it's an implosion with her. I mean, I'll pull up for the rest of the story, but a lot of it had to do with the financial climate over there.
And from the little bit of information I got, I think she really don't have a whole lot of backing either, from her party. So that made it a lot easier. Did you ever watch them debate? I know you watched our Congress debate where they sat down and they tried not to interrupt one another, and every once in a while they do. You ever watch them debate over there in England? It's hysterical. You got to tune into that one of these days and just watch them debate. They stand up, they interrupt one the other, they're screaming and hollering, throwing their arms at each other. And it is, I'm telling you, it's funny.
Wow.
But anyway, another reason I called you is, what is that, Randy Island out there? It's got all the tents.
Yes, yeah, for the illegals, yep.
Okay. My question is, what the hell, Steve? Do we really need illegals that bad to where we have to pay for them and put them in tents? We already got people in tents. What's the purpose of this? I mean, do we really need them that bad? I mean, they're in tents. Now you got our people in tents out there complaining. They don't have water. They don't have Xbox. They're not entitled to the things the illegal aliens are getting. I don't know if you heard anything on that, but I was listening to that earlier today. And I'm just wondering, how in the hell they got Xboxes in tents?
Yeah.
Why are they getting such stuff like this?
I mean, when you're thinking of a tent, you're thinking of a Coleman tent, for like a 4-man or a 6-person tent, whatever you want to call it. These are gigantic. You can kind of recall back when they were building those tent hospitals at the beginning of the pandemic for anticipating the overflow from the hospitals. These massive facilities with hundreds of cots in them and fully enclosed. So heat, air conditioning, all the comforts of home, electrified, Wi-Fi across the board. It's not like the homeless people living in a rickshaw tent. These are pretty nice accommodations for people that have otherwise would, I guess, have to be sleeping on the street. Well, what's their alternative? But I digress. Liz Truss, he asked, what happened? 45 days? Yeah, the MSN report says the demise of Prime Minister Liz Truss shows what can happen when ambitious plans collide with a new financial market reality that places the fight against inflation above all else. Now, we know what inflation's all about here. The inflation over there has been running above 10%. Truss resigns Thursday after 45 days in office, a casualty of market turmoil triggered by her plans to increase government borrowing and cut taxes despite annual inflation above 10%. I mean, what leads up to what has been our incredible inflation here? Much of the cause of that was the trillions of dollars that we had been spending in COVID relief plan and all that stuff. Trillions of dollars. Now, so she comes into office and starts talking about more government borrowing. And I guess they're like, we can't do that. This implosion fueled by distinctly British considerations, but the market upheaval which at one point saw investors judge Britain a worse credit risk than the notoriously bad Italy, igniting unexpected difficulties in British pension funds. And they started a search for the next financial domino that might just topple as their interest rates climb. I mean, to me, it sounds like we're kind of in a similar scenario, though. They have government spending. We continue to spend. They want to spend more. And yes, our interest rates are going up. We're expected to be in excess of 4% interest by the end of this year. But they say bond, mutual funds, pensions, corporate debt, government finances, all being scrutinized as the Federal Reserve continues raising interest rates at the fastest pace in 40 years. All right. That's what they're dealing with. And yeah, like I said, it's kind of similar here, but I guess the whole Liz Truss thing, that's 45 days. And could something like that actually happen here? Yeah, you hold an election. Yeah, she's resigning. She's saying, all right, I'm hearing from the people. I'll throw in and there are actually headlines over there saying, could Boris Johnson actually step back into the role that he resigned from here just a few months ago? Kind of troubled times there in the UK. All right, SpaceX continues to expand their satellite internet constellation with their 186th overall launch. Yeah, you gotta admit this. SpaceX. I mean, just one launch after another. The 100th launch from Complex 40 at Florida's Cape Canaveral space station. The latest set of 54 Starlink satellites launched into orbit this past day, a little before 11 o'clock yesterday morning Eastern Time. Well, with the completion of yesterday's launch, that marks SpaceX's 48th successful Falcon 9 mission in 2022 alone. 48 launches they've done. How about that? Now, this was the 10th flight overall for this particular Falcon 9 rocket. The first stage touching down a little less than 9 minutes later at sea on the drone ship. Satellites did indeed successfully deploy into low Earth orbit about 15 minutes after liftoff. As the Starlink constellation continues to expand, with now more than, they tell us, 3,100 estimated operational satellites in orbit. Yeah, they continue to expand. They want to expand that by tenfold, pending regulatory approval. But all right, SpaceX right now has been crucial for the Ukrainians. After that invasion, SpaceX is actually keeping their constellation, allowing communications via the internet and whatnot for the Ukrainians right now. But pretty impressive stuff. Our number, 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you on a Friday morning. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Former President Mike Pence suggested he might not be supporting his ex-boss, former President Donald Trump, if he's picked to be the Republican nominee for president in 2024.
If Donald Trump is the Republican nominee for president, will you vote for him?
Well, there might be somebody else I'd prefer more.
Pence made these statements at Georgetown University. The Pentagon has announced that it will assist service members and their dependents with some abortion costs, including travel and transportation, but not for the actual procedure. New York is vowing to fight rats. Starting on April 1st, 2023, New Yorkers will be fined for putting their trash on the curb before 8 p.m. in the latest attempt to curb the city's rampant rat population. This is USA Radio News.
This view was worth the hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The 10% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
You've been catching that little blurb in the news there about Mike Pence. If in the event that Trump would become the nominee, will you vote for him? Well, he might as well have just said, hell no! What he did say is, well, there might be someone I like better. That someone he's talking about is himself. He hasn't come out and directly said it, but that was actually the strongest hint yet that he's thinking about running for president in 24. His response is, well, there might be somebody else I would prefer more. They then kind of smiled and shrugged as the audience laughed and applauded. What I can tell you is I have every confidence that the Republican Party is going to sort out leadership. All of my focus has been on the midterms. It'll stay that way for the next 20 days, but after that, we'll be thinking about the future, ours and the nation's, and I'll keep you posted, okay? How about that? Wink, wink, nod, nod. Yeah, Pence wants to jump into the fray there for 24, which I say good luck. More power to you, Pence. You're not going to have the backing of any Trumpsters. The Trump supporters, which is still the overwhelming majority in the Republican Party, they're not going to jump on a Mike Pence bandwagon. That ain't going to happen. What you would have is the backing of, what would you call it? The more, the left-leaning, the rhino Republicans, the people that support the likes of Mitch McConnell. Those who would still support the likes of, say, Liz Cheney. They'd be all over the Mike Pence, jump on the Pence bandwagon. That's it, though. And Gary, you take that to the bank, right? Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Knucklebuster checking in here on a Friday. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Thank God it's Friday, brother. Yeah, I read something about Jeb Bush was running his mouth.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know. We'll see what happens there, right? And it's just money. This thing out of here. But I do vote my pocketbook. That's the smart thing to do, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, here we go. This thing going on Friday for horse feathers. Put another log on the fire. That's how you keep warm in the winter, Steve. If you wood burning fireplace, you got to have property to cut wood down, take them trees down. Wait a minute, that wouldn't be a green thing to do.
Yeah, but of course, if you live in California, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to have a wood-burning stove. They banned those, remember?
Yeah, okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I got dementia, and I'm always wrong here, Steve. The Boy Scout motto is always be prepared, so I guess we'll just have to keep doing that old southern redneck thing there. I'm a government assistant for homeless people and the low-income families. I mean, do we even know?
I would have no clue. But your question was, how many government assistance programs are there for them?
Right.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I bet there's more than you and I could even count.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And I thought we kicked them Brits out of here back in 1776, man. I don't know why we're embracing them nowadays. That just don't make no sense to me. Put them back over yonder on the other side of the pond and leave them there. I got a fireplace. I got a generator. If it gets cold, see, you can't put enough clothes on to stay warm. So that's why I live down south, because if it gets hot, you just pull your clothes off and go skinny dipping. And I don't know, it don't get too hot in the winter down there either, does it?
No.
Well, when you talk to Monkey Gouger, see if he's got a goat missing, because I read where the South Carolina authorities are trying to find the owner of an escaped goat. I don't know where it might be his goat, or you can always just grill him up. All right, put another log on the fire, Steve. Have a great day, great weekend, brother.
Yeah, and speaking of the Carolina Monkey Gouger, nobody seems to have heard hide nor hair from him in a while. It'll be 2 weeks we hadn't heard from him. Hope everything's all right, but not sure what's going on. Give us an update there, Monkey Gouger. All right, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. September is usually a strong month for West Coast imports. Companies bringing in their year-end holiday goods. That's normally the case, but not so in 2022. Wednesday, the Port of Los Angeles reported their lowest import total for the month of September since 2009. And that's when we were in the Great Recession. The day before that, the neighboring port of Long Beach posted their weakest import total for the month of September since 2016. Imports to Southern California ports are falling fast because shippers have shifted volumes to East Coast and in some case Gulf Coast ports. Now, part of that was all the West Coast disruption, the labor negotiations. But at the same time, volumes are now pulling back nationwide, they tell us, due to falling demand. In the month of September is where the real story lies, according to the executive director of the Port of L.A. Earlier this year, imports of durable goods bought heavily during the pandemic, furniture, appliances, things like that. All that began pulling back. Well, in September, declines were heavily driven by reductions in holiday goods as well. It's traditionally a high volume month for end of year products. Think along the lines of toys and games, clothing, footwear, and other things that people give as gifts. These holiday gift items dropped precipitously compared to a year ago, mainly because they came in earlier. This year, our peak season, turns out, was actually June and July, as many importers moved up the arrival of those goods to bring some certainty back to when they could get to market. Now, commenting on the shift to the east or the Gulf Coast ports, he said, concern over the dock workers, the labor contract negotiations, that was a major factor contributing to their volume declines. And he believes that shift's probably going to continue until a West Coast labor contract is ultimately in place, and that cannot happen soon enough. The previous contract expired on July the 1st. Now, asked by American shipper how October volumes are shaping up versus September, he said, we're probably about the same, maybe even a little bit lighter. It's going to be a soft month of October, he says. Now, they go into all the number of the TEUs, what's been coming in, going out. Yeah, the Long Beach numbers, and fewer ships are being worked at the berths. The focus during the supply chain crisis was that massive number of container ships that we had anchored or just loitering offshore, as we all recall, waiting for a berth in L.A. and Long Beach. Statistics from the Marine Exchange out of California shows a big drop throughout this year. At one point, there was a high of 109 waiting container ships in January. There were just 4 waiting ships this past Wednesday, which was the lowest number since October of 2020. So numbers way down. Are these all signs of the slowing economy? I think that's a distinct possibility. All right, back to the calls here. Who we got on the line?
It's Bass Awkward. It's been a long time since I've heard from you, Steve.
Oh, okay. I look at the screen and it says the last time you called was yesterday. Well, last I checked, that was about 20 minutes ago. Yeah, welcome back. What did we forget?
Oh my God, I don't know what happened. Let me say this real quick. I won't keep you too long. You hear the Democrats talking about. I think I heard it mentioned 1/3 of the children in school have not been vaccinated.
It's
that's true. I think that's what I heard. Anyway.
Only about.
I don't know why they keep.
Only about 30%. That's numbers I saw earlier this week. Only 30% of the kids ages 5 and up. I guess that's 5 to 11 or 5. I'm not sure it's 5. Only 30% have had a vaccine or a booster. So that's, 2/3 of kids. 2/3 have not had a shot.
I got it backwards then.
Yeah.
Okay, the 2/3 have not had a shot. Okay, so how significant is that? Then? It's not been that bad of a deal then. 2/3 have not had it, and it's not been a big deal that they claim it's been. And I mean, they pushed this thing to they put people out of business. They shut the government down, and here we are. We got fentanyl coming across the border. There's over 100,000 people a year dying. This is a bigger situation than this COVID ever thought about. Then I don't know why it's not on the top of the list coming from the Democratic Party. Hey, other than that, I got one more thing to say. I'll get the hell off here. Let the show go on. One thing I don't want to see is the Republicans going against one another, cutting one another's throat. I do not want to see Pence run if Trump's running. I do not want to see DeSantis run if Trump's running, because Trump's going to be the head of the ticket. That is dequalified, going through all this bullcrap the Democrats are putting into it. Let's just say, for instance, that Trump does get to run. I got a feeling that DeSantis is going to run. I think DeSantis will make a damn good president. I'm going to be honest with you. As a matter of fact, in some way, I'd like to see DeSantis get in there, but not to the degree I would love to see one of them cut each other's throats, Steve. Because I hope Trump comes in. If Trump gets it, I hope Trump comes in, and I think he will. He's going to look at DeSantis and he's going to say, with no doubt, I got 4 years ago. Let me get through this 4 years, and you will be the next president if you want to be my vice president. I think that's what's going to go down. But I hope it don't go down like, well, DeSantis says, okay, you had your turn, it's my turn. Then it's going to be a bloodbath. The conservatives against the conservatives is not going to look good for us. So I don't know what your take is on that. Do you think, would you vote for DeSantis?
Oh, I would vote for DeSantis in a heartbeat. Absolutely. I don't think he's going to jump in. It's kind of the waiting game. He's been saying all along, if Trump runs, obviously he doesn't want to get into that cutthroat business of him trying to run against him. So I don't think he would. Now, if Trump opts not to run, I think it'd be a good idea if DeSantis did throw his hat in.
Yeah, I think DeSantis will make a damn good one. I think DeSantis has got a lot of common sense. I think he's got a lot of backbone. Kind of like Governor Abbott down there here in Texas.
Yeah.
I think DeSantis will be a good one, but I think Trump's going to have another shot at it. If not, DeSantis will jump in there, and I think we'll be in pretty good shape. That was my biggest concern. I hope they don't go at it. I hope Pence and Trump don't go at it and embarrass the Conservative Party. Anyway, Steve, I got a little time left. I'll just hang out here listening to you. Thanks for the information you put out there. Have a good night. And say hello to Knuckle Busters for me. Been a while since I heard them.
There you go. All right. Thanks for dialing us back in there. Bass Ackwards, if you know what that means. And I've said it more than once. For as much as I supported and was behind Donald Trump, and I thought he did a great job. There's no denying the facts of how this economy, how this country, as far as job availability, the highest number of blacks employed, the highest number of Hispanics employed, and all those, you can't deny those facts that were occurring when he was president. But at the same time, the whole divisiveness, the country being so divided. Oh, he sent another mean tweet. The man says what many of us are thinking, but he doesn't pull any punches. Do I want to see another 4 years? Because if he were to run, if he were to win, that's exactly what we'd be looking at, another 4 years. Those Trump haters still hate him today, and they will hate him if he were to win. I mean, you're just looking at 4 more years of nothing but moaning and bitching and complaining and fighting, and I'd really not like to see that. If that makes sense. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I'll be honest, it's a company I'm not familiar with, but it's a trucking-related firm, a San Francisco tech startup, broaching unicorn status, has conducted layoffs just months after boasting a massive funding round. And at least one worker appeared to be angry over how the layoffs were conducted. Again, I'm not familiar. Is it called Atobi? A-T-O, capital B, Atobi, I guess is the way they call it. A financial technology company launched in 2019. Their core product is a fuel card for trucking and other transportation services. Anybody familiar with them? They laid off about a third of their workforce, 32 employees, according to the report from San Francisco this past day. They had 107 employees before the layoff, so that's 30% of the workforce were given pink slips. Statement said, today we had to make the difficult decision to let a group of Atobi employees go in response to external economic headwinds and a broader restructuring we've undertaken to ensure the company delivers for our customers. The team members we said goodbye to today all made incredible contributions to the company. Their hard work has been instrumental to Atobi's growth. Now, a former employee at the Stripe for Transportation, who posted on Blind, this anonymous job forum that requires employees register under a company email to prove authenticity, expressing frustration on the company over how they did this. No feedback, no severance, no nothing, he says. My manager just scheduled a meeting and said they wanted to part ways. All right. There's a couple of LinkedIn posts that say now the layoffs affected customer service employees. They did confirm that all departments in the company were actually impacted, though, stating that all employees did receive cash and equity based on tenure as a part of their severance package. So kind of disputing what the guy that said we didn't get nothing. Disputing the anonymous workers' claim. Workers also were allowed to keep their work computer, they said, and they will receive job placement services. But all this came as a bit of a surprise. considering all the glowing coverage this company had received in the tech press in recent months. In August, as the weakening economy and the pandemic cool down afflicted the tech industry, the company announced they had raised $155 million in a round of funding with a valuation of $800 million. Forbes at the time reported the funding would be used for company expansion, actually. So nobody expected they'd be laying off a third of the workforce. Yeah, I'm not real familiar with Toby. I believe that is Hillbilly Tex on board this morning. Hey there.
Morning, Steve. Hey, Steve, if we run into the break, just hold me over because I really need to find out some information.
Okay.
Maybe you can look it up. But, yeah, it's a great day to be alive. Cold. You better be ready to stack up for the winter time because it's getting cold, you know. But, yeah, everything going good over here. Leonore City, exit 81 off the big 75. But, Steve, now, I was listening to a story the other day. I don't know what I was listening to, but they says, you know, these big transformers they have set on these substations and stuff, you know, for the electricity.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they's about 40 foot long and 20 foot high. Now, these folks are saying the other day on that thing I was listening to that if a stray bullet or an intentional bullet was to hit one of them things and put it out of commission, it'd take 6 months to get one in here from China. And now with all this barge traffic and everything, and all these container ships can't unload, it may be longer than that. Now, and I mean, it wouldn't take but 2 or 3 of them to go down, and folks would be without electricity for a year. Maybe you can look something like that up. I ain't quite smart enough to figure that out.
Well, I can tell you this much. You know, Pappy's one that he's pretty knowledgeable on that because he's talked about. I do remember sharing a story that if we had like, what do they call it, an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse, or a big solar flare that, you know, from the sun that could potentially take out some of those big substations, as you call them, that it could be in some cases, a year or more before some would get their power back. But we'll pick up there after the news break.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA Radio News.
The Pentagon has announced that it will assist service members and their dependents with some abortion costs, including travel and transportation, but not for the actual procedure. In a memo, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin wrote that because, quote, significant numbers of troops and their families would have to travel and take time off for the procedure, quote, military readiness will be affected as well from the practical efforts of recent changes, end quote, namely the Supreme Court's overturning of Roe v. Wade in June. Officials in New York and Nevada stated that they had identified their first deaths in people who had tested positive for monkeypox. This comes as officials in Maryland confirmed that they are waiting for, quote, final documentation of the state's potential first monkeypox death. Only 4 deaths have been officially tallied so far by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention out of 27,635 infections around the country. A prime minister has resigned.
I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party. I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party.
That was the UK leader Liz Truss. She is resigning after 6 weeks. A former gynecologist at the University of California, Los Angeles, was found guilty on 5 counts of sexually abusing female patients in a criminal case that came after the university system made nearly $700 million in lawsuit payouts. This is USA Radio News.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you can get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that's MediShare. You get both. The typical family saves $500 a month switching to MediShare. And that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. It's because MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. If you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number you need. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Making his first public comments since a recording of council members making racist and offensive comments was released online, Los Angeles City Council member Kevin De Leon said he does not plan on stepping down from his position, apologizing to his constituents for not stepping up and shutting down the conversation.
And I failed in my leadership in doing so, and that's where I failed. I didn't step up, and I didn't intervene, and I didn't put a stop to it.
The city council has been the subject of a public outcry and protest after a recording posted to Reddit earlier this month captured former city council president Nori Martinez making allegedly racist and offensive comments about her colleagues and about her council member's son while discussing redistricting. There's a massive pileup near Albany.
Interstate 5 near Albany, Oregon, was the site of a fog-caused pileup on Wednesday that continues to hinder traffic. Drivers continue to be detoured in the area between Portland and Eugene. 60 crashes, including a fatality, was reported by the Oregon State Police. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Kevin Spacey was found not liable in a civil sexual misconduct suit. The lawsuit sought $40 million in damages. For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
The buy one, get one free special going on now at MyPillow.
My Pillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance My Pillows, the roll and go anywhere My Pillows, and 6-piece towel sets on special. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find out all the great deals you can get right now at My Pillow. mypillow.com/USA.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, there we go. Get our final hour underway here on a Friday morning. Hope you've had a good week. Any big plans for your weekend? A lot of folks going to be tuned in if your team's still in the mix. And there's only 4 Major League Baseball playoffs. Got another game coming away tonight. Then you got 2 games Saturday, 2 games Sunday. And if they get to where they need a game 6, they might be playing into next week. Yeah, right now the Yankees are down 2-0. Houston. If Houston were to win tonight, I don't think they play tonight. I think they play again on Saturday and Sunday. But yeah, I mean, that could be a 4-game sweep, but we'll have to wait and see on that. Yeah, what else in the mix? All right, Tex, you asked the question. I believe I found the story, and I pretty distinctively remember sharing this all these years ago. It's a scenario you were talking about. Pappy brought this up again. He brought it up a few nights ago. So remember a few years ago when the sniper took out a bunch of transformers there in California? Now, what has changed from then to now, I couldn't really tell you, but at least as of about 7 years ago, that was the time when a sniper, using a rifle, took out 17 of 23 transformers there at an electric substation in San Jose, California. Don't know if they ever caught the guy or not, but the damage, they say, did not result in outages, but it did reveal a very uncomfortable truth about the vulnerability of the U.S. power grid. A memo put out by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission warned that if 9 key substations were destroyed, along with 1 transformer manufacturer, the entire United States power grid would be down for at least 18 months, possibly longer. So this was at a time when discussion about potential terrorism in this country, which, of course, that potential would still exist today, probably maybe greater than it did in 2015. Just looking at the sheer number of gotaways, who the hell's coming into the country? We talk about that every night. We don't know who's coming in. But the damage did not result in outages, as I mentioned in this case. Transformers are crucial because electricity is generated at a fairly low voltage. It's way more efficient to transport power at a significantly higher voltage. To do this, you need transformers to move electricity from lower voltages to higher voltages so it can travel through the power lines. Then a second transformer is what drops the electricity back down to a voltage where it gets sent to the end user. When a large high voltage transformer is damaged, it typically takes 1.5 to 2 years, yes, years, to build and deliver a replacement. Now, until recently, we had stopped making most high-voltage transformers in this country. For the most part, they're made abroad. Now, again, I say this is like 7 years ago. Has anything changed since then? I'd like an update on that. But these transformers can weigh hundreds of thousands of pounds. Shipping them overseas can take months, and they are super expensive, up to $8 million a piece. That's why we don't have a bunch of them laying around as spares. Although a nationwide outage from a terror attack is unlikely, major blackouts are increasing dramatically around the country. It happens during storms, during various other emergencies, and with the increase of extreme weather, we anticipate more of this. From the 80s, major power outages averaged about, say, 5 a year. From 28 to 2012, there were 70 to 130 per year. Now, let me take you back again, remembering this is 7 years ago. They said at the time, building a more resilient power grid would cost $17 to $20 billion per year for 20 years. Have we even started on that yet? And that is a very conservative estimate. Now, what would be 17 to 20 billion a year 7 years ago is probably more like 40 billion a year today. The good news, he says, is it would create more than 200,000 new jobs, and the savings from a more efficient grid would far outweigh the cost. But until funding is made available, the only short-term solution is to increase security at substations and prepare for inevitable blackouts. Now, again, I know we've done these infrastructure bills. We're in the process right now. We're spending billions right now on putting these electric vehicle charging stations in, superchargers and all that around the country. Have we done a darn thing to get this grid up to snuff? If it was that far behind 7 years ago, I kind of shudder to think where it is today. So hopefully does that answer your question there, Tex?
Yes, sir, pretty much, but I don't understand why we don't build them things right here where we need them at.
Well, probably because if they cost $8 million and they're made overseas, they'd probably cost what, $12 million. That's anything we make over there somewhere else is typically because it costs less to make it there.
Well, yeah, but I understand that too because they're using them 8-year-old kids to build them. But I mean, what the United States right now is in turmoil with the whole rest of the world. What if they refuse to build them for us or sell them to us? What we gonna do?
Bingo! Well, that's why they got us over a barrel, right? Yeah. Look at what's going on with.
That's why you better be.
What's going on with OPEC right now, Tex? I mean, we had ourselves in a position where we didn't need them per se anymore. We had worked them out of the picture. Well, now they're back in control.
They're back in control at 100%, Steve. But anyway, I'm I can't see real good and damn sure can't hear real good. But anyway, I just wanted to get my mind cleared on that there. But exit 81, the big 75, tipping a hat and ringing a cowbell for everybody.
Thank you. Hillbilly Tex, thanks for checking in. Have a good weekend. There you go. Yeah, what else? It's 844-844-3388. Vic is on board. Morning, Vic. How you been?
Hey, good morning, Steve.
What's happening? Yeah, go ahead, Vic. We got you. What's happening?
It's almost like going back to the 70s there on all this power stuff, talking about building all those transformers. But, when Jimmy Carter gave his the energy crisis is real speech, and he's talking about OPEC and everything. He also shut down the nuclear power plant, the original plan that they had, because nuclear power plants create plutonium, and plutonium is the fuel that they make atomic bombs out of.
Mm-hmm.
And he was worried about the terrorists getting a hold of the commercial grade plutonium. And when they talk about Iran today enriching uranium to make a bomb, it could be uranium, but it's most likely plutonium that they're getting enriching of. But at the same time that Jimmy Carter was worried about the terrorists getting a hold of some of the fissile materials of making an atom bomb, he put Ayatollah Khomeini back in power in Iran and kind of turned his back on the Shah of Iran. So the Carter years were quite frustrating and confusing. And, of course, we had the massive inflation and all that. But anyway, a guy called, I think it was last night, talking about thorium. Thorium has to have uranium, actually, to work. And thorium is not a fissile material, and you have to get rare earth minerals. You have to get it from rare earth minerals, and it's kind of expensive to mine, and there's a whole lot of other problems that goes with it. But anyway, the point is that as we look around the world today, and everybody's worried about Russia being able to cut off the energy supplies to the rest of the world, and especially Europe, and that was part of that British Prime Minister's problem.
Mm-hmm.
But the simple fact is, had we continued on the path with the nuclear power and the breeder reactors, which that they essentially take the spent fuel rods and create more uranium to reprocess them, and you can use them again. It takes several cycles, and I think there's only 2 plants in the world that are doing that now. And oddly enough, one of them is in China, in which dear old Uncle Sam is kicking in some bucks to provide research to. So, but that whole process is, let's see, this is 2022, where we're looking at almost 50 years, 45 years that we let go by, and we didn't do any research on reprocessing and closing the cycle on nuclear fuels. So they have all this stuff stored up every place, and they're not really sure what to do with it, other than over time, the uranium, the spent fuel rods, will decay and create more plutonium, and after that, they can use the plutonium to again create more nuclear fuel. They can also use plutonium to make the thorium fuel fuel reactors or nuclear power plants. They can use that to make them work from the radioactive. But what it boils down to is that years ago, the Ford Motor Foundation, and there's another one in there, they advised both the Ford and the Carter administrations that we should not develop nuclear fuel, and especially the breeder reactors, because it wasn't economical. So, now here we are in this situation today, trying to figure out, well, we're going to try to go back and get power from the wind and the sun. We're not going to use fossil fuels. We're not going to use nuclear. We're just going to depend on the wind and the sun. Well, good luck with that, because your lifestyle is going to change. And there's going to be a lot of people that might be living in tents like the homeless or whatever. And there again, that's a whole nother story that started back in the 70s. Because in New York, they used to have something called single room occupancy hotels. And there's a lot of people got rich buying ramshackle hotels and sticking people in those single room occupancy hotels. And I think New York was paying something like $7,000 to $8,000 a month to house people. And there was a lot of fuss that came about that, so they decided they wouldn't do that. And Reagan came along and started taking people out of mental institutions. And so, again, here we are, roughly 50 years later. So I don't know how many people remember back to those times or even look back to those times, but having lived through it all and kind of politically active at the time and said, you better look to where you're going because you're not going to like where you wind up. And so that's where we are here today. And you were talking about all the dissension and fussing and fighting through the Trump years. You had a few select politicians that their ox was being gored by Trump, and they weren't about to allow that to happen. And the best way I can explain that, do you remember when all the American companies sued Trump because of the China tariffs? I mean, that is, to me, that was the ultimate expression of what I want to say here. Anti-patriotic or unpatriotic, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you want to sell your company, your country, out to another country that says they're going to destroy it? I mean, and why anyone would think that way, I don't know. But again, they're still out there, and I'm sure they're doing all they can to undermine Trump. But I kind of rambled back and forth there, but long story short, had we taken a different path 50 years ago, we would be looking at an entirely different world. And nuclear power, as it was originally envisioned, didn't envision nuclear waste. It envisioned reprocessing everything, and we got all scared of the terrorists. But what have we done to really stop the terrorist movement? It looks to me like since the late 70s, terrorism has increased rather than decreased. So with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
All right. Thank you much, Vic. Have a great morning and a good weekend. And we will return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
That's interesting. From spaceweather.com, it's the asteroid that wasn't an asteroid. Last week on October 16th, NASA's Lucy spacecraft made an atmosphere skimming flyby of the planet, and it didn't come alone. Hours before Lucy arrived, there was another object that buzzed the Earth just a few hundred kilometers above the surface. Astronomers thought it was an asteroid. And gave it a name, 2022 UQ1. But lo and behold, on second thought, it wasn't an asteroid at all. Amateur astronomer Bill Gray and a NASA engineer took a closer look at the orbit, and they realized it matched Lucy's old Centaur booster rocket. They've been traveling through space in tandem since Lucy launched a year ago. The Minor Planet Center at Harvard University quickly retracted the asteroid designation. Now, although the two flew past the Earth at similar distances, the flybys were on opposite sides of the planet, so their orbits were kind of bent in different directions. Lucy was kind of doing a slingshot maneuver, gaining momentum and now hurtled out toward Jupiter. That's Lucy's mission, on a mission to study Jupiter's Trojan asteroids. The Centaur, on the other hand, hurled toward the inner solar system. For a perihelion between Mercury and Venus, it will be near the Earth again on November the 8th of 2024. Stay tuned for space junk, they say. I guess, in other words, on its return, rather than just skimming past the Earth, it could actually come back into the atmosphere. That's fascinating. All right, Pup is on board this Friday. What's happening, Pup?
Oh, not much. How you doing, Steve?
Happy Friday.
Yeah, I got one more night. Then be the weekend. Hey, I don't know if it was just me that's having trouble or what, but I can't hardly hear you on the Android app, and I switched over to TNC, and you're coming in loud and clear. So I didn't know that. But, you know, they're worried about what Europe's going to do over there. Sean Hannity was interviewing a fellow by the name of Don Bolduc, running for Republican for Senate out there in New Hampshire.
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying that they are usually allotted like 18 million cubic something. I can't remember what the word was after the cubic for natural gas to run them through the winter and stuff.
Yeah.
And they've already been warned that they're only going to get 2 million this year, and that residents could see power outages and stuff if they don't have enough natural gas to run their electric plants.
Exactly.
So I didn't know if you were aware of that or not.
That's the whole Russia cutting them. They've cut them back dramatically, but I think here in is it the first of the year? There's a date coming up in short order where Russia said they're going to completely cut them off entirely.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not worried about them people over in Europe. What about us here at home? I mean, we're talking about New Hampshire and the East Coast up there. So, but yeah, I mean, it's Biden's fault. I mean, if we'd have kept on Trump's plan, we could have sold them all the energy we wanted. But I mean, without that fracking and drilling like they do, they're going to start running short on natural gas and all the other byproducts like propane and everything else.
I had just touched on that last evening. The fact that, remember, there was a time where we had so much natural gas, and all over the country at these fracking wells, they were flaring it off. They had too much to deal with. Well, we got to pause there. Let me get our news break. Bottom of the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Officials in New York and Nevada stated that they had identified their first deaths in people who had tested positive for monkeypox. Only 4 deaths have been officially tallied so far by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention out of 27,635 infections around the country. President Joe Biden has thrown his support behind establishing a federal fund to offer financial assistance to people who need to take time off work and childcare in order to get an abortion. He made his comments during an interview with Now This News. A small plane that drifted into airspace near President Joe Biden's speech in Irvine was escorted away by a U.S. Air Force F-16 fighter aircraft. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, and there got an email from, let me see here, who was that? James said a few minutes ago, said, hey, Steve, Pup is correct. A lot of times the Android app, the volume fluctuates so much that I'm constantly having to adjust the volume. But TNC is always loud and clear. Very interesting. I think they're both getting the same feed. Yeah. According to Tom Kelly, yeah, TNC gets the direct line from us, so that is interesting. Hey, lest I forget, let me take care of this real quick. I almost forgot. It's the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway with TNCRadio.live and Hot Shot Secret. Here's our keyword. Yeah, actually, this will be my final keyword for week number 5. You'll get 2 additional keywords throughout the day, 10 o'clock a.m., 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. There at tncradio.live. But your keyword is change. C-H-A-N-G-E, change. How much change you got in your pocket? Go to tncradio.live, enter that keyword, click on contest, enter the keyword. That's your chance to win $1,000 in cash from tncradio.live and Hot Shot Secret. Oh, and for over 60 years, by the way, Staybill has been your go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, you name it, anything that's going to be sitting around with the gas in it for an extended period of time. So many don't realize how quickly gasoline begins to degrade, deteriorate, and go bad. Staybill storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. At the same time, store your engine the right way with Staybill. And a happy Friday from Truck and Phil, Semper Fi, right? Coffee up, morning, Mr. Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Have a great, as for the light shipping containers coming into the West Coast ports, it seems to be that way out here on the highway in the Midwest. I know a lot of companies are slowing up, asking for volunteers to go home early out here. I've got some friends at work. Yeah, for every company, union and non-union, over-the-road things are definitely slowing down. Anyway, ready for the departure from Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights, Michigan, and that flip back once again. Only 65 days till Christmas. That's been kind of the resounding message I've been hearing. Trucking freight seems to be slowing down a bit. Are you seeing things slowing down, Pup?
Yeah, that was the last thing I was going to bring up to you. I've got some buddies that work at all the LTL companies pretty much, and they've been either asked to take CC days or take extra days off. That way the lower seniority guys can get out and run a little bit. It's more, it seems like it's more at the bigger terminals where they got bigger or more employees and stuff, but the smaller ones like ours, we're staying fairly steady. The freight's just been really light. So there was one night I only hauled 1,800 pounds down to Lexington, but had a good load coming back. But that was the last thing that I was going to tell you. What you got planned for the weekend?
No big plans going into this one, really. I don't think the last weekend with all the birthday celebration and all that, it was busy. I'm sure the princess will find something for us to do, though.
Yeah. Did they throw those like noodles or whatever on that grill and then they puffed up real big? That time, me and my wife, we went there. This was one in Fort Wayne, but I don't know what they were. They kind of reminded you of some sort of noodle, and they threw them on that grill, and it just puffed up like somebody's wild hairdo or something.
Yeah, egg noodles. You could add the noodles to your menu for like $3, but for as much food as we had, we didn't add that on. There was some people across from us that did do the noodles, and we had too much food to begin with.
Well, that's a good thing. So, well, buddy, that's about all I had for you for tonight. You have a great weekend, and don't hit the skull busters too hard.
Got to be careful there, right? All right, let's see here. Double R, hey there. Welcome back.
Hey, thank you, Steve. Hey, I just want to ask you a quick question. Is Hot Shot Secret going to SEMA this year? Have you heard anything?
Yes, yes, absolutely. They will be there, and that's coming up here. What, in about 2 weeks?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why I was wanting to know. So, and then I have another question, and maybe I'm wrong. And that's why I'm calling asking you. Sometime back, a couple years ago, three, 4 years, something like that. Hunter Biden, I can't even, Clinton's old lady.
Hillary.
Didn't they all at one time? Yeah. Didn't they at one time had something to do with Ukraine? Wasn't this a whole confrontation over Ukrainian government or something that started all this crap? You remember that? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, to this date, they still time to time play the audio, the video when it was Joe Biden was there, and they were looking to give them X number of however many millions or whatever it was, in humanitarian aid or whatever. And he said at the time that you're going to get rid of this guy, whoever it was, and if you don't, you're not going to get the money. And holy crap! Sure enough, they got rid of him. You know, he was touting that. Yes.
Okay. Now, maybe I'm going about this wrong or thinking wrong. I don't know. But I heard on your news they were asking Biden, is he worried about the Republicans taking over midterm? And he said, yes, he is, because he's worried about the aid that they are providing for Ukraine.
That the Republicans would probably cut that off. He's afraid they'll cut that off. Now,
Do you think that has something to do with Hillary and Hunter and all them paying back Ukraine for what they did to, it just seems really skimmish to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if that's playing a role in it. I mean, Zelensky was not in charge back at that point in time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's why I wanted to ask you, because I knew if anybody would know, you would. So, okay. All righty. Well, that's what I wanted to ask, and don't hurt to ask. So,
absolutely.
By the way, I just came through past Ronald Reagan Road here, and I'm waving at you, my friend. I'm headed north. So, anyhow, I'll let you go and let somebody else get in, Steve. Yes, sir.
All right. To answer your question, the SEMA show, November 1st through the 4th at the convention center there. They'll be there, and they're going to have, I think, at the Hot Shot Secret booth, Anthony Smith and the Hercules race car. I'm not real familiar with who that is, but the Hercules car will be on display at the booth there.
Okay, they're not going to have the drag truck there this year?
I don't believe so. No, the drag truck's done. Yeah, that's the Hot Shot Secret had the S10 and all that. Yeah, that they wrapped that thing up. It's done. They've sold it, and they're building a new vehicle.
I'll be darned. Okay.
Yep.
Good deal. So, all right, Steve, thanks a lot, my friend. Listen, you have a good day, and you guys be careful, and we'll talk with you here a little bit later.
There you go. Have a good weekend. Yeah, the assiduous record-breaking pro mod, the Hot Shot Secret, world's fastest diesel. Can you believe that? They called it a day. Her career is over. But yeah, the team, LeBon Miller, the guys there, they're building a new vehicle. And it is 844-3388. Hello, 5-7.
Yeah, it don't matter if Mike Pence gets in office. Anybody that the Republicans put in that office, and if the takeover in the midterms, you know what? Isn't it interesting that those interesting groups that we often wondered how come nothing was done about them and their leadership, though they lit up our cities, killed our police officers, and did huge damage to whole city blocks. And and now the FBI is going, hog wild crazy all over the country. You would think they would have been able to tell us who was dropping them cubes of bricks.
Yeah, the pallets of bricks and all that. Yeah. Yep.
So, you'd think them FBI boys would, have that down pat by now and be able to answer that question. Bottles, frozen bottles, all this stuff. So I believe all this is going to have a revival. This is how their side fights now. And other than that, they just lock up old men on walkers, And I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter who we put in. I don't want to see Trump in because I'd love to see him in Nancy Pelosi's seat. I mean, I'd love to see him say, all right, Democrats, you all believe in the masks, wear them. And don't come in here, you'll be fined $1,000 a day if you don't wear your mask. Republicans, you don't believe in the mask, don't wear them. Other than that, everybody in Republicans, you want to wear them, you don't want to wear them. It's up to you. I'd love for him to sit up there on top. I got a funny feeling a lot of them Democrats would just say, I'm out of here. What about who's going to pay your seat? They would say, I don't care. I'm out of here. And DeSantis, yeah, I love it. I mean, they attack him. He turns around and intelligently and correctly and verbally confronts them. Now, the reason why we didn't have that with George Bush is I don't think he believed in what he was doing in the conservative way anyway, but he would just keep his mouth shut, wouldn't say nothing, but the news media, the conservatives, Fox mainly was in at the time, Rush Limbaugh's different, us, you, would confront him. I mean, face it, they Condoleezza Rice and George Bush, the cartoons, making them look like monkeys. Can you imagine if the Republicans did anything like that? But what they did do, they opened up the eyes of people like Candace Owens, Terrell Williams. They opened up the injustice they've done and the fact of what they did. They opened up the eyes of a lot of our allies now that we probably would have never had. So just get ready for battle. I mean, it may, we might see that warm glow. Won't have to worry about the energy. All you have to do is get a pack of hot dogs, head down to the courthouse. It just that's the way the left works nowadays.
All right, well, 5-7 copied the mail. Have a good weekend. Thanks for checking in. We'll come back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. Hadn't heard from Gilligan this morning. What's going on, Gilligan?
Oh, not much. Driving up 81, eating a Reese cup.
Go figure.
Yeah. Hey, you know, I was talking earlier about the homeless problem. I'm telling you, it's not the big cities. Winchester is a city of, I looked it up a while back, about 25,000 people. I mean, it's not a big city by any stretch, but it's not exactly a small town. And every time I go to town, I'll see two or three standing on the corner holding their signs. You know, it's the homeless problem is getting even into the smaller cities. You know, one caller was talking about how San Diego, how they started the work programs and stuff like that. Yeah, and the sad part is there's a lot of people out there with bad mental health issues, and that has a lot to do with why they're homeless, and serious drug issues, and I think some of that even goes hand in hand. But there's a lot of people out there also in these groups that just flat out don't want to work. You know, if they wanted to work, why don't they go down to Salvation Army? Salvation Army will give you a roof over your head, they'll feed you, but they expect they'll put you in a work program. They will help you get a job, you know. And a lot of these people don't want that. I mean, I contributed well, I'm not going to say significant, but I do contribute to Salvation Army because I know a lot of the good they do. Now, I know there's been some controversy with some statements they've made in the past, and I don't agree with everything they believe in. Don't get me wrong by any stretch, you know. But I do know they do a lot of good for the community. Well, I'm going to touch on something we had a pretty big tragedy in my home county. Now, there's probably only one person in this audience that maybe even see the house I'm talking about. There's a few actually. There was a house not far from where I live that was built in the 1790s. This house is a two-story log home. Unfortunately, it was tragically on last Friday night set afire by an arsonist.
Wow.
This house at one time was a local bar. It was actually a stagecoach station at some point. I believe it was in the 1800s. It said along US 50, which is a national highway. We're back in the 1700s. It was Northwestern Pike, and that was the road you went into the mountains of West Virginia before the Revolutionary War. That was the main road out through there. And this house was full of history. There was one side of it, they put these old wooden slats on it to cover up the logs years ago, but they'd actually taken some off the back to expose the logs later on. There was a barn across the road, and I'm afraid that even that caught on fire back in the 90s. And that old barn was rather interesting because they had finished one end of it and actually held church services in it in the 80s. I remember seeing the sign. There's an aerial view. I put it on my page on Facebook. And you can see the barn. You can see the dirt parking lot, the house. Yeah, if anybody been out 50 there out of Virginia over into West Virginia, before you get into a little town called Caton Bridge, I mean, you're not more than 3 miles from the state line. It was sitting there on the right. That beautiful old home is now lost to an arsonist. I'm hoping they catch this guy, but who knows? I don't think they have any leads. An update on my daughter, Bolt. She has been doing well with her training to be a police dispatcher. I believe this is her 5th week. She is really doing well. It's amazing. I'm very proud of her. I would like to thank the audience for the encouragement and even the guidance a little bit from Pappy and Kentucky Ken and stuff. Kentucky Ken's a former police officer. Of course, Pappy is a police officer, you know. And I appreciate the audience's support and all. And, well, I will touch on this reminder. Next Saturday night, not this Saturday night, we do have the Halloween party, 2nd annual Halloween party at Eskimo Mall. So be there at 8 o'clock. We are going to have our pumpkin hunt or costume contest. We're And bobbing for apples. So,
Bobbing for apples.
Just remember, 8 p.m. in Eskimo Malls.
I pulled up the story here. I'm looking at from out of West Virginia. I guess you've had a string of arson fires. Is the building you're talking about? Is it was Hook's Tavern? Was that the one you were talking about?
Yes, that's it. That's it. Yeah, if you read down, you'll see at one time that was a stagecoach station. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a crying shame. If you see the aerial view, you'll see a barn across the road from it, and there's a parking lot there beside it. That was for the church that they was services they was holding in that barn. Yeah.
Wow.
That place had been there since the 1790s, and there's inside the house, you could still see the logs for the outside walls. Yeah, it was a tragedy that happened. Well, anyway, Steve, that's all I got. I hope everybody has a fun, safe, and fun weekend, and thank you for taking my call.
All right, Gilligan. Yeah, I guess there's a total of what, a string of arson fires. But yeah, Hook's Tavern, an 18th century building that was used during the Civil War to house Confederate soldiers. And indeed, it was listed on the National Registry of Historic Places. 5 fires Thursday evening into Friday morning last weekend. All vacant buildings within a 10-mile stretch, they say. 2 similar fires in that same general area back on October 3rd and 4th. They believe every one of them are linked. 2 of the scenes were able to say that they're incendiary fires. They were arson. The others we're still working on, but again, they believe they're all linked. But Hook's Tavern, Fire Marshal is working with the Hampshire County Sheriff's Department. No arrest made at this point. Developing a lot of evidence, putting a lot of things together. Hopefully, we will have an arrest forthcoming, according to the fire marshal there. Interesting story. All right, we head down the home stretch here on a Friday morning. Didn't really get a chance to touch on the Atlantic hurricane season this morning, which has been relatively quiet as of late. And season's not over, but according to the Atlantic forecasters, one of the most significant factors will be for the remainder of the Atlantic hurricane season is wind shear. And there's just way too much wind shear in the Atlantic basin right now. Unlikely that a named storm will develop maybe even before the end of October, even into November, they say. Now, they say there could be another 2 or 3 storms, maybe late October into the first part of November, but that's on the Pacific side there. And with that, we'll close it out here on a Friday morning. Thanks so much for spending some time with us. Have a great weekend. Baseball fans, enjoy your ball. Football fans, college football, NFL Sunday. We'll recap it all when we come back on Sunday night.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.